Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Christina Vogel, Associate Professor in Public Health Nutrition here at the University of Southampton. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this virtual conference, which aims to cover issues that will help support effective implementation and enforcement of the UK government's food promotions and placement regulation. As many of you already know, this legislation will restrict multi-buy promotions and the prominent placement of certain less healthy foods defined as foods and drinks high in fat, sugar and salt, or Hfss, in retail stores and their online equivalents. And it comes into force in October this year. For a number of years, I have led a program of scientific research that investigates the influence of the retail food environment on diet and test interventions that will help those with the poorest diets make healthier food choices. Most recently, we have focused on prominent placement in retail food stores and have tested with Iceland supermarket chain how healthier store layouts can influence customer choices in the WRAP study. Our team's research findings form part of the evidence base that indicate that this new legislation offers great potential to improve dietary habits of British families and can help tackle high levels of overweight and obesity in England. The new World Health Organization obesity report for the European region shows that levels of overweight in the UK have not yet stabilised or dropped. And alarmingly, the recent National Child Measuring Programme results show that levels of obesity have increased by almost 5% among children during the period of the pandemic. These recent statistics really highlight just how important it is for the UK government to be implementing policies that can help create environments that better support health. Our research team at the Medical Research Council Life Course Epidemiology Centre at the University of Southampton have been engaging with a range of stakeholder groups affected by the incoming food promotions and placement regulation to explore their responses to and preparations for its introduction in October. We're hosting this virtual conference with our partners from the Consumer Goods Forum and the Chartered Trading Standards Institute in recognition that a free forum to discuss preparations for the implementation and enforcement of this new world-leading legislation, which aims to support healthier diets, would be really beneficial for many stakeholders. We're delighted that eminent speakers from a range of sectors affected by this legislation accepted our invitations to present today. And I personally cannot wait to hear them describe and discuss the challenges and opportunities that this new legislation brings. The programme today includes 6 presentations and a panel discussion, where our chair and panellists will discuss the topic, the spirit of the legislation versus the letter of the law. You can access the conference programme, including details of our speakers, their presentation titles and timings, in the emails that you were sent this morning from the University of Southampton. We encourage you to only use the Q&A function to pose questions to our speakers and panellists. Only speakers and chairs will be seen and heard during this conference. So using this Q&A function is how we really want to hear from you and can hear from you. Also, please help us to prioritise which questions to ask our speakers by using the thumbs up symbol, as this will filter popular questions to the top of the list so we can easily identify them. We encourage those of you who are active tweeters to share learnings and points of interest from the conference using the hashtag SOTONHFSS22. We also recognise that an online conference can impose much sedentary activity upon delegates, and therefore encourage you to stand up and stretch your legs and get away from your desk during the 20-minute break that we have, which starts at 10:40 and will recommence the programme at 11 a.m. The conference will be recorded, but we really do hope that you can join us for the whole programme today. I would like to acknowledge, very importantly, the efforts of my colleagues, Dr. Sarah Muir and Preeti Juria, in particular, for they have worked tirelessly to organise this conference. You'll meet both Sarah and Preeti later in the programme when they present findings from our team's research. I also thank you all for joining us today. We've had a whopping 450 delegates register for the conference today, and delegates come from a range of settings, including local authorities, supermarkets and convenience stores, out-of-home sector, wholesalers, manufacturers, and health settings. We very much hope that you enjoy the program. So I'd now like to swiftly move on and introduce our first speaker, who's completing the opening talk of the day, and this will be presented by David Pickering. David, please do turn on your camera. David is a regulation team manager at the Chartered Trading Standards Institute, and we're really delighted to have you join us today and represent one of our key conference partners. Thanks, David. David, just to give a bit of an introduction, David completed a law degree in 1983 and qualified as a trading standards officer in 1989. He completed a master in European law in 1998. Throughout his career, David has actively promoted the role of that trading standards can play in public health and was appointed the lead officer for food and nutrition at the Chartered Trading Standards Institute in 1999. He currently leads the Trading Standards Service in Buckinghamshire and Surrey. David has held a number of prestigious positions on a range of advisory groups. He's the Vice Chair of the National Food Standards and Enforcement Group, is a member of DEFRA, Authenticity Steering Group, and contributed to the Chartered Trading Standards Institute Brexit think tank policy document, which outlined how leaving the EU as a result of Brexit could have an impact on food standards. David, thanks again for joining us. You'll be presenting today an overview of the promotion and placement regulations and describing how enforcement of the legislation by local authorities can be supported. Thanks very much.
Great. Thanks, Christina. I'll just share my screen. So I'm just trying to get it into, that's it. Oh, brilliant. Okay, lovely. Thank you. Sorry. I don't use Zoom very often, so apologies for that. Thank you for the introduction, Christina, and hello to everyone out there who's going to be listening to the program today. Could be I think it will be a very interesting day. As Christina says, I work for Buckinghamshire and Surrey Trading Standards, and I suspect along with quite a few enforcement colleagues as well as colleagues within the business sector, we've been doing quite a lot of work on these regulations just to try to understand what the implications are. What I'm going to be doing today is really talking in a fairly kind of high level way about what the regulations require, and then also what I think will be the likely approach of most authorities. And as we'll see, we can't necessarily predict what will happen, but I think it's just trying to give a bit of an overview, but also really talk about, I guess, what the potential guidance and steer from central government is about their expectations for how the regulations will be enforced. Apologies for those of you who have probably gone into these regulations in greater depth, but if I do kind of say anything, or if there's anything that you do kind of think, actually, I'm not too sure about that, or I didn't think that's really what it was requiring, then please, as Christina said, put something in the Q&A, or otherwise, we can kind of pick up issues later on. There is, and has been already, as I mentioned, a lot of work done on this for colleagues who work in local authorities. Those of you who are on the Knowledge Hub, the Food Standards Knowledge Hub, will be aware that there is a thread on there already and discussions sort of ongoing about various things that when the regulations first came out, we probably weren't thinking about. But as the affected businesses are starting to look at how they can comply, various issues are now coming out about things that we probably would never even thought about. So there we have already heard that the regulations come into place on the 1st of October 2022. I haven't actually put it on the slides, but I was reflecting as Christina was talking there that the regulations do only apply to England. So colleagues from Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, the regulations won't be effective in those countries. So it is very much at the moment England. So we anticipate there may well be similar regulations that will come into force, perhaps in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, but as yet we're not too sure. But the slides, I don't know if the intention is to share the slides, but there are a few kind of links in there, and that is a link to the regulations as they are on the gov.uk website. At the moment, because they've not been amended, they're quite a good reference point, but clearly, we just need to keep an eye on as they are amended, because they tend not to keep up to date with the amendments on the gov.uk website. So just be aware that you may well need to use a source that keeps legislation up to date. So really, I guess this question aimed at food or food retailers, food businesses, will the regulations affect you? And really what we're talking about is if you sell pre-packed food, then it might, or they might. So really what we're talking about is pre-packed food. If it's not pre-packed, then the regulations won't apply to you. We're then talking about narrowing it down to what the regulations call specified food. And the reference in there is Regulation 3 and Schedule 1, and we'll see how they apply shortly. So we're not talking about all pre-packed food. We're talking about food that is defined by the regulations as being caught by them. I also mentioned the nutrient profiling technical guidance because, as we'll see shortly, the guideline or the guidance is important to help establish which foods are actually caught by the regulations. And I've put a link in there to the profiling model. Some of you may well already be aware of it. Some of you may not, but it's already been kind of in use. I think it was looked to be, or they did look to review it a few years ago, but at the moment it is as on that link. So at least if you know where it is and you aren't too sure, because we'll see later on, the responsibility lies primarily with the retailer of food. And, clearly there is an issue there. The retailers often don't become involved in the manufacture of the food, so they aren't necessarily part of that process. So they may not necessarily understand what or be aware of what the nutrient profile of the food is. But at least if you're aware of where the framework for that is, you can always kind of have a look at it and just check if you're unable to get the information from the manufacturer or another food business in the supply chain. Now, another important qualification that applies with the regulations is that the regulations will only apply to qualifying businesses, and that is more than 50 employees. Now, the regulations do specify that part-time employees are classed as employees for this purposes of this definition. There are still a couple of queries around zero-hour contract employees, and the Department of Health and Social Care have that question, and they are still kind of looking at that. So if you are a business that does tend to employ or use zero-hour contracts, at the moment, the position isn't that clear as to whether or not the 50 employees, or if those people on zero-hour contracts are actually caught within the 50 employees definition. I mentioned as well also a qualifying person, because that means a person acting in the course of carrying on a qualifying business. And the regulations do talk variously about qualifying businesses, but also qualifying persons as well. And I think that was probably designed to maybe catch the perhaps aggregators such as Just Eat, who do kind of deliver not just from catering establishments, but also increasingly from supermarkets and other retail outlets. And also, I guess it will catch individuals as well. So, if an individual is caught by carrying out a course of action that is caught by the regulations, then they will be or need to be aware of what the requirements are, because it isn't just a business. Also, importantly, and again, a provision that is still causing deal of discussion within both the business sector as well as the regulatory sector. The regulations provisions do apply to franchise situations. Now, when I say that, it isn't necessarily every single franchise situation. The regulations do go into some detail about what franchise agreements will be caught. And just to kind of state it broadly, the general position seems to be that it depends upon the degree of control, and they use a phrase business model. And to be quite honest, I think there are situations, there's going to be a spectrum, I think, of situations where clearly the regulations will apply, but there are some situations where it will be slightly grayer and interpretation will need to be put on that. So I guess the important thing is that if you aren't sure, then if you are a franchisee, then if you talk to the franchisor with who you've got the arrangement, and I think quite a few franchisors have already sought legal advice about whether or not they think they are caught. So if you're not sure, then talk to them. From a regulator's point of view, we're hoping that it won't happen too often, but officers may need to, in some situations, start to delve into franchise agreements, which isn't something that, quite frankly, we've really done in the past, because generally food law tends to apply to the legal entity. So we don't really look at what the arrangement is between franchisee and franchisor. So that will be a potential challenge for us to have a look at them, because, they're not things that we generally deal with. Having said that, what we're hoping is that where the franchisor perhaps has a primary authority arrangement, then they will seek advice from them, because clearly, if the franchise agreement is quite widespread, the last thing we want is for officers to have to look at each individual business that is maybe part of that franchise and then try to come to a decision on it. So ideally, there will be a central point of decision that will save us all a lot of time and effort. Clearly, there are provisions if there is disagreement about whether or not the franchise agreement is caught. There are, as we'll see, provisions that will lead to perhaps greater clarity, but that will involve some kind of potential enforcement action, which again, clearly, if we have to, we have to, but, you would hope that we can come to some agreement on that. But it does seem to be the degree of control. So if the franchisor really does kind of establish and has quite tight control over what the business model is, then it probably will be caught. But if there is a looser arrangement, and again, this is where it starts to get a bit hazy, what that looser arrangement looks like isn't really set out particularly clearly. And I guess it will be a case-by-case basis. But just to make you aware of it, that if you are part of a franchise group or, the kind of symbol groups, then, we know that the agreements do differ. And we know that we will need to look at each situation or each franchise situation and make a decision on it. So, but I think the intention behind the regulations was to try to capture as many of the franchise agreements or arrangements as possible. But clearly there are some that will fall outside the scope of the regulations. So moving on to, again, this is a fairly kind of broad outline of what the restrictions are. So the food that we talked about earlier, specified food, Regulation 3 then moves on to give slightly more detail about what is actually meant by specified food. So don't forget, the regulations will only apply to specified food, and specified food, as we've already said, is pre-packed food, but also further requirement is that it's a Schedule 1 food category, and I'll show you some examples of those shortly, but there are 13 categories. And again, the categories are worded in such a way that they give a kind of broad description, as we'll see in a second, and then give examples, which is helpful in some ways, but in other ways, maybe not. And we're already kind of having discussions around which, or if certain food stuffs are caught within the schedule, because, inevitably there is a degree of interpretation on that, and not every single type of food can be necessarily made clear in the schedule, because I think we're trying to give indicative examples, but there may well be times when we need to make interpretations on that. So, but we'll see in a second, and I'll show you the examples. So the requirements is the three-leg definition, really. It's pre-packed food, it's in Schedule 1, and also it's less healthy, as defined in paragraph 4, which we'll talk about in a second, and that's where the nutrient profiling model comes into play. And really interesting, because these regulations are really interesting from a number of aspects, but also looking at this, in my mind, it's the first time that we've had regulations that actually say a food is less healthy. Certainly my experience over the years of dealing with food and public health issues is that dietitians and nutritionists have fairly consistently said to me, well, actually, don't kind of say a food is bad or a food is good. It's really about kind of, moderation and healthy, balanced, mixed diet. But these regulations actually do say that there are parameters which, in the scope of the regulations, define a food as being less healthy, which is really interesting. And I think, as Christina mentioned, it's quite a different approach than has been taken in the past. So, it's very different. I'll say we'll see in paragraph 4 what that means. And then there's also kind of another charity food sales aren't caught by these regulations. So again, if it's a charity food sale, it falls outside the scope. So these are just some examples. I've not listed all 13 categories, because you can have a look at those yourself in the regulations. But just to give you an example of the way that these categories are worded. So as you'll see, you've got some which are very just headlines, others which then go on to say including, which can be helpful, maybe not. We've already had discussions around confectionery with some business sectors. So things like the kind of nutrition or healthy, the protein bars that are kind of aimed perhaps at people who do take exercise or more exercise frequently, and the protein bars are kind of aimed at that marketplace. There's an ongoing discussion about whether or not they are caught by category 4. It kind of does talk about also where they might be found in the regulations, which again is kind of helpful, but maybe opens up a further discussion. So I think there will be situations where producers, retailers will come to us with products that just, they didn't even think about in terms of the regulations, and we'll need to place an interpretation on them. So, but as you can see there, confectionery is a fairly wide or potentially wide category, but it says including chocolates and sweets, but how helpful they are. And the guidance gives a few more examples, but to be honest, again, it can't give every single foodstuff out there. And also, as new products are innovated, because again, one of the things that I suspect will happen with these regulations is that the food business or food sector will start to maybe innovate products that aren't caught by the regulations, but on the face of it might be, because of the nature of what they are. So I think, you'll find perhaps foods that are very similar to, say, certain breakfast cereals or snacks, but maybe aren't caught by the less healthy part of it. But again, we'll need to kind of have a look at that as they come up. So in Regulation 3, less healthy, and the definition is, and refers back to nutrient profiling guidance, definition, if it scores 4 or more points, and we haven't got time to look into nutrient profiling guidance, but if you do have a look at it, you'll see there is a framework that you can make a calculation on that. So if the food scores less than 4, but it's not a drink is less healthy if it scores 1 or more points. So it's a difference in the kind of profile scoring there. But just to say that's in the regulation. So if it scores 4 or more on the calculation, and really you use the nutrient or nutrient qualities to make that calculation. Regulation 5. Now, interestingly, the regulations kind of, in a way, the restrictions split into 2 parts. You've got the promotion part of it, which is really about volume promotions. and then the product placements. And the product placements have slightly different requirements because they then, we'll see, they talk about the premises, but the price promotion, the volume price promotion restriction is not reliant upon the premise size. And I think that's a really important factor to remember. The qualifying business, the specified food, all of that still applies, but the big difference is that the premises requirements, as we'll see as we move on to that requirement, don't apply to volume price promotions. Now, what it says is that for a specified food, then you must not make a volume price promotion. And again, that's whether in-store or on an online marketplace. And again, just to mention, the regulations do talk about online marketplaces. And what they try to do is, I guess, equate the website to what it would look like in a premises. It kind of works in a way, but it's to be honest, it's a bit clunky for the on-site, for the online promotion or the online restrictions. But again, that's something we'll need to get to grips with. So Regulation 5, a volume price promotion is, as it says there, it's a multi-buy promotion. And what they do is they define it, but then they give examples. So, and again, helpful in some ways, but it's not a kind of definitive list. So what they're saying is, this is what a volume price promotion looks like. So it's a multi-buy promotion offering a financial incentive for buying more than one item, but it does include things like 3 for the price of 2, 3 for £10, or buy 6, save 25%, but that's not necessarily all of the multi-buy promotions that you can have. So they're just examples. And again, it can be helpful to have examples, and the guidance does kind of give a little bit more information around that. But the important thing, I guess, is to look at the definition, and the examples are kind of there just to kind of help us all understand what they're talking about. Also includes a promotion that indicates an item or any part of an item is free. So that's your kind of packet of, I'll say biscuits. It's a packet of biscuits that are specified food and are scoring more than 4 on the nutrient profiling model. They can't have the kind of flashers on the pack that say things like 50% extra free or buy one, get one free. The volume price promotion, the regulations say that sell-through is allowed until 1st of October 2023. There have been different opinions flying around about, and again, we'll be talking about the spirit of the legislation later on. The Department of Health have given guidance saying, although the regulations say they shouldn't be, or they can be sold through, volume price promotions can on pack offers can be sold through until 1st of October 2023. The Department of Health have kind of said, but we would encourage businesses not to. But again, that enters into this kind of spirit guidance, and it's quite an interesting kind of discussion to be had. But the regulations do say that sell-through is allowed. So there are then restrictions in Regulation 6 about certain drinks. So, you're talking about drinks that score more than 1 on the nutrient profiling, and the qualifying person mustn't offer a free refill promotion on drinks to which this regulation applies. And they do define free refill promotion. It's a promotion that offers the same drink or another drink to which the regulation applies for free. So basically what it's saying is that sometimes I guess in, we have the kind of grab and go petrol station situation where it will say, buy a cup of Coke and get the next one, or get another soft drink free, that the regulations apply to. That will not be allowed after 1st of October. Then moving on to the second important restriction, and that's the placement of specified food in store. There are similar provisions for online, but I won't go into them in too much detail. I'll just kind of mention what they are because they are quite detailed. So, and again, there are lots of measurements. There's a lot of detail in this. And what I would do is encourage you to have a look at the DHSC guidance, because it does have diagrams in there. But I would also mention the Association of Convenience Stores guidance, which I was kind of involved with, so you'd probably expect me to say that, they're very good. I think they are. But also they're very graphic. And I think with this set of regulations, it really helped me to kind of picture it. And to be honest, some of the advice that we've been asked to give, if you can see photographs, if you can see graphics, but photographs I think are really, really helpful just to help understand, where the food is being placed or where the kind of potential display is. So essentially, 2 meters of a checkout facility, and there are lots of definitions around this. 2 meters of a designated queuing area, and again, these are defined in the regulations. Also, you shouldn't place specified food in the display at the end of, but not in an aisle. So end of aisle promotional displays shouldn't happen. And also, if you want to use what they call a separate structure, so a kind of they give examples there, island bin, etc., within 50 centimeters of an aisle end. Also, any point within the distance of the midpoint of any public entrance. So again, there are diagrams, it's 2 meters from the public entrance of the main shopping area, or also in any covered external area. There's a lot of detail in those regulations, and I would encourage you to have a look at the guidance, because it really makes more sense when you can see photo or pictures or photographs of it. I mentioned the premise size issue. The promotional citing and the restrictions on that only apply to stores with a relevant floor area of more than 185 square meters, about 2,000 square feet. It's different to the Sunday trading laws, unhelpfully, but it means that I guess smaller premises won't be caught. There's also a definition of what the relevant floor area is. Also, stores that only sell mainly one food from category 1. So if you say got a chocolate shop, then it will be exempt from the product placement, because clearly that would kind of get rid of quite a lot of places where they could sell that sort of food if it is that's all they sell. So just quickly mention them. Designated queuing area, that's defined, just in case it's not clear. Relevant floor area, I'm not going to go through this, but there are diagrams in the various sets of guidance, and it does essentially mean where food is being offered for sale. There's a kind of headline figure on that. So, but it is defined. So it may well be that you'll need to perhaps delve into a little bit of detail on that with the business. We then talk about restrictions online. So I'm not going to go into these in great detail because they are quite detailed, but essentially what they're trying to do is say, well, you shouldn't include promotions of the specified foods on home pages, checkout pages, or what they call pop-up or brand burst pages. So, you shouldn't, basically it's trying to stop you from putting offers in front of potential customers on your website. Also mention enforcement. So the various ways to achieve enforcement. The guidance is very clear about saying that they would expect discussion with the business to understand why they don't think or they aren't compliant, and hopefully achieve compliance through that discussion. Failing that, an improvement notice can be issued at the end of that process, which will basically kind of set out, I guess, the areas of disagreement and what, as regulators, we think you need to do to put it right. It then moves on to, you can appeal it if you don't agree. If you don't appeal it but don't comply, then potentially that becomes an offence not to comply. And then there is a choice for the enforcement authority. They can either issue a fixed penalty notice, which of course I think we're all familiar with because they've been in the news quite a lot recently, or there can be a prosecution. But again, the guidance is very much saying, fixed penalty notice is the preferred option from a central government point of view. Similarly, also local authorities should issue guidance about when these penalties will be applied. And also, if you're issued with a fixed penalty notice, you can appeal it to first tier tribunal. So it's a bit kind of complex, but essentially, we would hope that an improvement notice will deal with the issue and we won't have to get through to that fixed penalty. To be honest, I think that is there more for the businesses who just say, actually, do you know what, we aren't really going to comply. We're just not interested. And it is a kind of, last resort. We would hope most businesses will comply. And then just very quickly, I think I've still got 5 minutes, Christina.
Yeah, we were hoping to have a few minutes for questions. So if you wouldn't mind wrapping up shortly.
Yeah, I'll just whiz through this very quickly. Yeah, no problem. I'll just whiz through this very quickly. So just to say, regulations can be enforced by trading standards or environmental health. That will be decided at local level, as will activity levels. Again, it's not losing sight of the intended outcome. There is a lot of detail in there, but as I said, route to compliance will hopefully be achieved through the improvement notices. And really, I think that route is designed to support businesses that want to achieve the outcome. Again, mentioned those improvement notices, we've, from experience, unlikely to be used an awful lot. Transparent issue, the guidance. What I would say is liaise, if you've got a primary authority, liaise with them or engage with your trade association if you are a member. Helpful information to have. If you think you are exempt, it would be helpful to have that information to hand for the floor area, so we don't have to start measuring and all that kind of stuff. Also, how you're evaluating, this is from a precautions and diligence point of view, have information so that you can say to the officer, this is why I think this is okay. And then also talk to your head office, what decisions are made locally, what staff training is there, because what you don't want is people who just come in on certain days to put food in the wrong place. And then again, how do you evidence it? Really, it's your business. You know best how you think you can comply, and you can do that by discussing with the officer who visits you. I would encourage that, engage in constructive dialogue and give reasons. As I say, we don't want to head down the formal route. We want to try and get it sorted. There's a link to some of the guidance I mentioned. It's the DHSC and the Association of Convenience Stores. And that's it. Sorry, Christina.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. That was just a fantastic, really helpful overview. And there's comments that are written about that in the chat and the Q&A, that it was a really great overview of the regulations and interesting, description of the nuances around zero-hour contracts and some of the implications of franchisees and things like that as well. To move on to the questions, I'll ask you three if we can, and then you can probably go back through the chat and answer those online if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
We've got the next presentation.
Yeah.
So one of the questions was asked that sugar-free confectionery was showing as excluded in the draft guidance, but not showing in the final guidance. Do you think that this was an omission by Department of Health and Social Care, and could it change?
I don't know, to be honest, with that one. I mean, I suspect what they may have found is that some of that type of product was not actually exempt because, for whatever reason, the nutrient profiling model, is it complicated? It's not that complicated, but it can produce results that you kind of think, oh, that's quite interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that as being less healthy. So I suspect they've probably taken it out because they didn't want to necessarily say all sugar-free product will be exempt, because as we know, sometimes what can happen with certain products is that the kind of fat or the salt content increases to kind of compensate for the sugar-free, or there are other reasons why it could be unhealthy. So the short answer is don't know, but I suspect they've done it so that you don't automatically assume that that product is not called. Yep,
the questions are filtering in. Please could I encourage you to use the Q&A rather than the chat function? That would be really helpful. A second question for you, David, is are there any plans from the Chartered Trading Standards Institute to release a guidance or business comparison guide to further clarify some of the grey areas that you talked about?
Normally what would happen is that CTSI don't often, if at all, actually issue kind of guidance for legislation, but we do have a facility called Business Companion, which offers hopefully business-friendly guidance to different businesses. And I know that a lot of authorities do use that as a kind of signposting mechanism. So I think short answer is yes, there will be a Business Companion page on this set of legislation, but for guidance, or fuller, guidance, the Department of Health and Social Care, and I mentioned the Association of Convenience Stores and other trade bodies will doubtless be looking to issue guidance which is relevant to their particular trade sector. So, there will be the kind of, shorthand business-friendly version on the CTSI website, but for the more detailed questions, it will be the kind of other guidance.
Brilliant. I'll just ask two quick questions. So one is, what advice would you give to enforcement officers who wish to support the obesity prevention agenda, but who have limited resources and competing priorities? Oh, sorry, just lost it. And what can local authorities be doing now to prepare for the legislation?
I think it's going to depend upon your particular local authority. I think if you've got really strong links with your public health team, you can use them to, I guess, target and talk to them about how they feel this piece of legislation can feed into their obesity strategy. Because generally, I think most public health teams are looking at this kind of whole system approach to public or to obesity. And, personally, I think that this piece of legislation fits into that strategy. And I think it would depend upon, your local issues. In some areas, the obesity issue may be more problematic than others. So, if public health are kind of saying, well, this is a priority, then that can be used to feed into your trading standards or environmental health priorities to say, well, this piece of work, and it may well manifest itself as maybe a kind of short project. Or I think also the thing to remember is that a lot of these businesses will be talking to their primary authorities. So it's probably more of the kind of businesses who don't have access to advice and support, who will perhaps need to be looked at and supported to comply with this. So again, it's thinking about where the potential issues are and targeting your limited resources on that.
And I guess that's case by case, isn't it? That depends on each area.
Absolutely, yes. I think each local authority, to be honest, I would say, talk to your public health team. This is a really good piece of legislation to make that link if you haven't already.
That's great. And one very popular question, which will make the final question, is do you think the legal challenge from Kellogg's will disrupt implementation?
I don't know. Who knows what the court will decide? Certainly all I would say is that in the past, the kind of legal challenges to this sort of legislation haven't been that successful. Again, because we've heard various things about, politically, the regulations have kind of seemingly entered into this sort of idea of, we'll delay them for various political reasons, but that doesn't seem to have happened. The legal challenge, well, I don't know. I have my doubts, to be quite honest. I think the best thing, and even if it does, it may well just delay them. So I think the government are pretty intent on bringing, this sort of legislation in. So it probably will happen one way or another.
That's great. Thank you, David, so much. As I said, there's plenty of questions in the chat, so feel free if you've got time to respond.
I'll have a look and I'll try and answer.
Thanks again. Incredibly informative and fantastic way to start the day. So thank you. It's with great pleasure now that I can introduce our second speaker, is Chloe Mckean, who is the Business Engagement Manager at the Food Foundation. And Chloe is, the Food Foundation is a registered charity who works with a range of partners to achieve healthy, sustainable food systems. And I'm sure Chloe will tell us more about that. Chloe is an environmentalist with extensive project and stakeholder management experience. Her work involves bringing together young people, local authorities and the private sector to develop cross-cutting, innovative solutions for food systems transformation. Chloe previously worked at the National Trust, setting up a knowledge sharing network that identified practical solutions for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And she's managed a number of community projects across a range of countries. So Chloe, you've got plenty of expertise in the area. Chloe's presentation today will focus on why the promotions and placement regulation is important and how it could be beneficial for population health. So really to contextualise it within the conference. Thanks very much, Chloe.
Thanks, Christina. Let me just share my screen.
Brilliant.
Can everyone see that?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Christina. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks to you guys and Preeti and Sarah, especially for organising the day and inviting me to come along and speak this morning. As Christina said, I'm Chloe Mckean, the Business Engagement Manager at the Food Foundation. I'm really here this morning to to talk to you guys about why the HFSS legislation is needed, and some of the kind of the health and the economic impacts of the obesity crisis at the moment, but also kind of what the kind of the benefits to society and to our health and economy if these legislations are implemented properly. So just first of all, a little bit about the Food Foundation, what we do. So Food Foundation is a UK charity, and we are really trying to change the whole food system so that everyone can afford and access a healthy and sustainable diet. So we kind of try and do this in a number of ways. And here on the right, it's kind of the best way to illustrate it. You can see on the outer ring all of the things that we need to take into consideration if we want to change our food system. These are the kind of these are the change makers and the people or groups who have the most amount of power to make change happen. The ones in bold are the ones that we at the Food Foundation really focus on. So, for instance, we work with sort of stronger city leadership. So we believe that you can work with local authorities to help shape the urban environment by kind of having less junk food adverts at bus stops and things like that, or investors can then also decide to invest in ethical food businesses. And then on the inside ring are the drivers that then influence or determine people's diets, such as price and affordability, the food shortages that we saw during COVID, or people being able to, afford ethical or healthy food. And then within that, there's kind of 4 key pillars within the Food Foundation that we work on to try and kind of change these change the food system. The first one's around influencing food policy, and that's at a national and a local level. Our executive director Anna Taylor was the chief independent advisor for the National Food Strategy. The second pillar is really about is improving children's diets. So this is really we've got an amazing group of young food ambassadors who are who campaign around child food poverty and food insecurity. They've been doing that for a number of years, but had some really successful campaigns with Marcus Rashford over the pandemic around free school meals. And then the third one's kind of most relevant to you guys today is around inspiring change in food businesses and investment. So working with food businesses to try and get the food businesses and food industry to think about how they can change their food environment to create kind of more sustainable and healthy diets. And then working with investors to help them make more informed and responsible investment decisions. And then the fourth one is around increasing veg consumption. And that's because we really see veg as being the nexus of both kind of the sustainable and healthy diet agenda. So vegetables are a really important one for us to focus on. So kind of back to the HFSS regulations. Before I dive into the kind of the economic and the health impacts created by eating junk food and too much junk food, I just want to touch on the evidence as to why having a legislation that directly targets HFSS products specifically is needed. So because of a variety of reasons that I don't have time to go into now, selling HFSS products is more profitable than selling non-HFSS products. So this graph here, you can see on the left, dairy, confectionery and baked goods, they have a higher profit margin than other categories such as fruit and veg, and meat and fish. And so because of the supermarket model, and we know that it's all about trying to kind of sell as many products as quickly as possible, retailers are under sometimes intense pressure from shareholders and the board to increase profits. And so we're seeing HFSS products being promoted much more heavily in stores than these other categories. But it's not just in stores. HFSS products are more advertised as well, with HFSS products taking up 31% of the advertising spend, as opposed to just 3% for fruit and veg. And then there was a study done looking at food ads, studying the month of September in 2019, looked at food ads across ITV1, Channel 4, Channel 5 and Sky One combined, and almost half of all of those ads were for HFSS products. So given that we know HFSS products are more profitable, it's not surprising that we're then going to see them as being put in, the high value areas such as aisle ends, checkouts and storefronts. And we know, the evidence shows us that putting something in these positions results in increased sales. And products in these areas end up selling more because promotions successfully appeal to unconscious decision making. So when people go shopping, they're on autopilot. We're all really busy. We're thinking about, our day at work, a meeting that went, well or badly, thinking about our kid's birthday party or like planning for the weekend ahead. And we make quick decisions without much thought. And these unconscious decisions favour characteristics such as where the product is, how it looks, or how convenient it is. So that this means that people end up spending more on unhealthy, high-calorie food than they need to, and that they would otherwise if those promotions did not exist. We've got 40% of food and drink purchased in the UK is bought on price promotion. So this is the highest level in Europe. So just delving a little bit into a bit more detail on the volume restrictions and why they're important. So this graph here on the right shows the what's called the expandability of products. So some products are more expandable than others, which basically means it refers to how likely it is that someone is going to buy that same product at that same volume the next time they go shopping, even if it's not on promotion. So if you look at chocolate, for instance, if you ran a buy one, get one free offer on chocolate, so someone bought twice that amount of chocolate than they normally would, they'll consume 90% more than normal. And then they'll come back to buy chocolate in roughly that same volume as they would have, not than they would have beforehand, even if that same chocolate bar isn't on offer that second time. So the basic rule is if there's more in the house, you get through it quicker, which then also ends up increasing people's household spend, which at the moment, in the current cost of living crisis and the huge levels of food insecurity that we're seeing, people cannot afford to be spending more on food than they need to on food, and especially if those foods are unhealthy and contributing to increased weight gain and more diet-related diseases. So yeah, we know promotional techniques shape people's purchasing decisions and encourage people to consume greater quantities of products, which means they're eating too much sugar and they're consuming too many calories, which directly then contributes to overweight and obesity. This infographic here on the right shows the risk factors for Dailies. Dailies are disability adjusted life years. And they basically measure the total years lost to early death, ill health, and disability. And you can see here, obviously, tobacco is the biggest one, but you can see the next four, so 4 out of 5 of the top dailies are all diet related. So this is all, preventable issues caused by diet. We also have the highest rate of obesity in Europe. There was an article in the Times about this last week from WHO, came out with this information. And we know that also poor diet leads to obesity and higher BMI, which in turn then leads to other health issues such as high blood pressure. You're also more likely to need knee or hip replacement surgery if you have overweight or obesity. And you're also there's really strong correlations between type 2 diabetes and obesity. But kind of most worryingly of all is the fact that these obesity levels are continuing to rise at an alarming rate, as are the health impacts of unhealthy diets. So, sorry to be so negative, but the negative healthy impacts are particularly bad amongst children. New data shows that 2 in 5 children in England are above a healthy weight when they leave primary school. And you can see from this graph here that this figure shot up massively during the pandemic, and is particularly bad for children that are living in most deprived areas as well. So a child with obesity is also 5 times more likely to become an adult with obesity. So this increases their risk of developing conditions such as the ones that I mentioned before, but also, cancer, heart and liver diseases as well. So they'll continue to have ongoing health issues for the rest of their lives. And because we know that unhealthy foods are cheaper than healthy foods, it's not surprising that we're seeing children from low-income families more likely to have these diet-related issues and health problems, as they aren't getting enough of the nutrients that they need, as also is illustrated in this graph here. So, yeah, we have a huge obesity crisis and health crisis on our hands, and treating these kinds of illnesses has huge costs. The UK currently spends £18 billion a year on the direct medical costs of conditions related to being overweight or obese. This is equivalent to the UK's combined budget for the police and fire services. This data here, this graph here is taken from the National Food Strategy Evidence Pack and shows that hospital admissions and costs increase as BMI rises. So in 2012, the average NHS spend was £1,447 per person for someone with obesity, compared to £805 for someone of a healthy weight. I also heard recently, I don't know where it comes from, but I heard recently that by 2035, it's expected we will be spending as much on tackling the obesity crisis as we will on all cancers combined, which is just like, very alarming. But the kind of these economic impacts, they're not just on the NHS, they're also affecting businesses. Diet-related diseases are some of the main drivers behind sickness absence in the UK, for instance. But a little bit of positivity. If these regulations, when they come in October and if they're implemented properly and properly evaluated, things like that, I think they provide a huge opportunity to make some kind of much needed savings, something that is like urgently needed in our current climate. So the government's impact assessment for the legislation determined that both the location restrictions and volume price restrictions have really important health benefits, and with a kind of net benefit to society of around 7 billion over 25 years. So more specifically, the locations restrictions are expected to accrue health benefits of more than 57,000 million. And the volume price restrictions are expected to provide NHS savings of 180 million. But the economic and the health impacts aside, these regulations aren't just needed because of them, but they're also needed because it's what consumers want. There's more and more research coming out that is showing us that consumers wanting to have healthier diets. Some research that the Food Foundation have just completed but not yet published shows that people kind of overwhelmingly want more promotions on healthy food as opposed to junk food. Research carried out by the Obesity Health Alliance shows that 72% of people support restrictions on shops promoting unhealthy foods in prominent areas such as checkout and store entrance and things like that. And then a survey done by IGD, I think it was just last year, they showed that 57% of people were making changes or thinking about making changes to their diet. I again see this as kind of quite big opportunity for the food industry. Like, you guys could really exploit that, the fact that there's consumers wanting to change their diets. This does, offer an opportunity to you guys, especially as these HFSS regs come in. And we know that personal health remains the biggest driver for change amongst consumers. So personal health, trumps environmental reasons and things like that. And this has only increased in relevance since the pandemic, as people have become much more aware of well-being and health and diets. As well as this, if you also look at data from this year's Veganuary, there's further evidence to show that people are really ready to change their diets and to eat more vegetables. There's a record-breaking 61,000 people signed up or pledged to eat vegan for January this year, and actually those changes have been sustained, not from everyone that signed up, but there's more people that are continuing to stay vegan or keep continuing to eat kind of healthier food beyond January 2022. So yeah, I think obviously the HFSS regs are really important for reducing the amount of junk food people are consuming. I know that kind of having to prepare for them, though, is, as retailers from the businesses that I've spoken to, it's been really complicated and it's a nuisance, and it's difficult. The guidance isn't clear. All these different reasons that it's just going to be disruptive to the business. All these reasons for it to be seen as for something that's very negative. But I would really urge you guys to think about ways that not just using these regulations to limit the amount of junk food, but actually to use these regulations to think about how you can sell more healthy food, more vegetables and fiber and things like that, and try and reverse the impact at the moment that we're seeing of these the kind of negative health things that we're seeing at the moment as a result of people eating too much junk food. So I thought I'd just some colleagues last year did a bit of an analysis of some retailers and what they've done to try and increase sales of specifically fruit and veg, and I thought I'd just share some of the things what's worked from other retailers with you guys to give you some kind of something to go with. So the first one is around price and promotion. Obviously very relevant to HFSS regs. So Sainsbury's offered Disney branded collectible cards when families bought healthier foods on price promotion, and those stores that were running that offer sold a weekly average of 387% more packs of fruit as a result. The second one, Place and Space, again also very relevant to these regulations. There was a trial done by a grocery store in Warwick. They saw an increase of 15% in their store when they moved all of their fruit and veg that was kind of right at the back of the store, furthest away from the shop entrance, right to the aisle closest to the entrance. We also know that visibility really matters. like promotions and marketing, visibility matters. So posters for vegetables were placed in display spaces and at all kind of checkout counters for 60 days in a Japanese supermarket. And they saw an 18.7% increase in sales across veg categories. And then the final ones, the more the merrier. So this Danish discounter combined 20% price reduction on fruit and veg with increasing shelf space for fruit and veg in really high traffic areas. And they saw an increase in sales of 15%. Some of the things that's not worked, also very useful to share. So a recent trial run by Tesco in 16 of their express stores, they found that using social norming to incentivize fruit and veg purchases had no significant impact on sales. So this was basically, they put posters and stuff up, above cherry tomatoes or packets of grapes or whatever, saying X number of people have already bought these tomatoes, to see if that kind of would influence other people's shopping decisions, and if they knew that others had also bought them, but that didn't seem to have an impact. And then the other one, which I find quite interesting, is this is done on a large supermarket in America. They found that when they bundled ingredients together that could be used to make kind of low-cost meals and healthy meals, that had little impact on sales of promoted items. But interestingly, this kind of differs from online choice experiments that have been taking place. So, yeah, this is just my final parting slide. Government aren't going to get the legislation right straight away. But we do know from other policies that these kinds of interventions work. For instance, we've got the TfL advertising ban. That wasn't perfect at the beginning. There were definite teething problems, but it's now seen as being a real success. There's been a 6.7 decrease in average weekly household purchases. And then we also know that fiscal interventions, fiscal measures work. So the soft drinks industry levy has meant, not just a reduction in the volume of sales of soft drinks, but also the amount of sugar that is overall within those drinks as well. Going forward, we're all still waiting for the National Food Strategy white paper to come out, and it's really more important than ever that the government has a really strong response in their white paper, and they really take on board a lot the recommendations that have been outlined in the National Food Strategy, which a huge amount of planning and research and engagement went into developing the National Food Strategy, and I guess most specifically to these HFSS regs is the mandatory reporting. So we really need to see government making it mandatory for businesses to be reporting on, for instance, sales of HFSS products, fruit and veg, protein, and also disclosing information around food waste. But just want to leave on this point that government are going to have to intervene more and more. Again, to reiterate, I do understand that these HFSS regs are seen as something that is a bit of a nuisance and to have to try and implement, and there's things like that, but we do need them, and given the amount that we're going to be spending on dealing with diet related health problems, especially if things continue on the same trajectory at the moment, then we should all be wanting government to intervene more, because we just cannot afford the huge bills to the NHS. So I will stop there and say thank you very much. And
Thank you.
yeah.
Sorry, Chloe. Thank you very much. In the interest of time,
Nice.
I just want to make sure that you get a bit of a chance for some questions. So thank you so much. That was an excellent overview of really why volume price and placement promotional strategies are the focus of this incoming legislation, and also the great potential that it does hold for improving population diet, weight, and even health, plus some of the economic benefits that you outlined. Jen Thompson asked, is there any data that related to potential reasons why UK consumers are more prone to buy HFSS than other countries? And do we have data to understand how educated the population are compared to other countries? And how do we add the frequency of, how do the added frequency of HFS compare to other countries? I think it's really about why is HFSS such a big problem in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done, I don't know what the comparisons are with other European countries, but I mean, I think it's, the fact is that the fact, perhaps it's something to do with the, the profit margins of these kind of the HFSS products within the UK, and them being, they would need to be pushing them out more in supermarkets. So I don't know whether it's the fact that consumers, it's not the fact that consumers are wanting to buy more HFSS products and are wanting to consume more HFSS products, but it's more kind of, the problem is more the other end. It's more the fact that there are more HFSS products that are being, shoved down people's throats. It's like within, in a retail environment, and in the fact that where the products are being placed in store, and the kind of the sheer volume of all of the kind of the bog offs and things like that.
Yeah, potentially we need some stronger cross-country comparison, don't we, of evaluation?
Yeah.
Which is not without its challenges with cultural differences. But yeah, I totally agree. I don't know that that's clear yet. Sorry, just to say, another delegate said, do you think the legislation has longevity to achieve the changes needed, or will consumers adapt to a new way of shopping and still consume the same amount of HFSS products?
Well, I guess the longevity, in terms of, will it achieve these? Will it have an impact, and what impact will the HFS regs have? I guess it's important. I think it's important to note that they shouldn't be seen as like the silver bullet, and it's not just this one legislation that's going to make a difference. It's the kind of like squeezing the balloon effect. If we, if you stop these legislations, and there's going to be something else that's going to pop up, and people are going to start to, still buy HFSS products as well, or start to eat junk food in another way. So we definitely need these HFSS regs, but we need them in addition to all of to other regulations and other, government interventions and, fiscal measures. And there's a kind of, we need a shopping basket of different policies and interventions that are going to be making a difference, and overall have an impact.
Great. And the last question, which is a bit of a mix of a couple of questions, is how will we know if this is successful, and how will we measure this, and particularly around concerns around inequality? So how will we know that inequalities haven't been exacerbated as a result? Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, we need government to make. We need government to make it. We need businesses to be able to be transparent on their data. So we'll know if it's successful if we can start to see sales of HFSS products go down, and sales of fruit and vegetables and other healthier foods go up. And that's not going to work if only some businesses are doing that and not others. So we need this is again where we need government to intervene, and we need government to make it mandatory for businesses to be disclosing that information, which is one of the things that was outlined in the National Food Strategy. In terms of like the health inequalities, I mean, I hope that my presentation kind of illustrated the fact that these promotions are exacerbating health inequalities at the moment. It's not the other way around. It's not that once these legislation comes in, health inequalities are going to increase. Like HFSS products are cheaper than, like, how unhealthy food is currently cheaper than healthy food, and people on on tight budgets or who are already suffering from, or in food poverty, food insecurity, are then, buying they're buying these unhealthy foods as opposed to healthy foods, which is what's kind of exacerbating these health inequalities that we're seeing in our society. So
the legislation holds great potential to reduce some of those gaps. Yeah, and I guess measurement of that will be really crucial, and evaluation. Yeah. Chloe, thank you so much. There's been plenty of comments to say what an interesting and informative presentation it was. So thank you. Again, we haven't got to all the Q&A in this short session, so I encourage you to answer some of the extra questions online. Thanks so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Christina. Bye.
So next, moving on, to introduce our next speaker and representative from one of our conference partners is Sharon Bly. Sharon is the Director of Health and Wellness at the Consumer Goods Forum. Welcome, Sharon. Thank you. Sharon has a bachelor and master degree in business and management and has extensive experience in consumer and food businesses with a particular focus on health and wellness. Sharon currently drives the health agenda of the leading global platform of the consumer goods industry. And she's passionate about the power of people and the impact that collaboration can have to help people live better lives. Thanks, Sharon. Today you'll be really discussing how a level playing field can be achieved amongst retailers, and particularly in relation to this incoming promotions and placement regulation. And you'll offer us a global perspective on how healthy living can be achieved. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Christina. And I've actually learned a lot from Chloe and David this morning. So I'm coming to you from more of a global perspective. I'll just share my screen here. And hopefully you can all see that.
Yep, perfect. We can see it.
Brilliant.
Just to launch the presentation if you can. Yep, it's coming. Yeah. Perfect.
Great. So thank you, everyone. So just in the next couple of minutes, I'll just give you some information into who we are, the Consumer Goods Forum. And of course, when the University of Southampton started looking at this work, we were obviously very, very interested, because building insights and evidence around what works and what doesn't, with multi-stakeholders at the table, is what we're all about at the Consumer Goods Forum. So just in 2 minutes, who we are. I'm sure you don't know us. So we are a global organization. I'm actually based in Paris. I work with 400 companies in about 70 countries. And what we're trying to do is what you see here on the screen. It's better lives through better business. Business is part of every society around the world. So how can we use that collaboration for positive impacts? That's everything that we try to do at the Consumer Goods Forum. We'd like to think that we are quite unique, and we bring together retailers, manufacturers, and all of their partners in a collaborative spirit, really looking at where we can drive, as I said, better impact, doing it together. We try to do that by building, of course, efficiencies for all of the parties that are around the table, and creating an environment where there's a very high level of trust. And one of the points that was mentioned there by Chloe and Christina around data sharing, understanding insights, that needs to happen for all of this to work. So that's very much what we do. We work on 8 different areas. My area is health and wellness, but we also work on sustainable supply chains, human rights, plastic and food waste, data, and safe food for people around the globe. So as I said, 400 members. We have a board of directors of just over 55 CEOs. So for example, from the UK, the CEO of Tesco, Sainsbury's, and Marks and Spencer's would sit on this global board with their peers from other countries around the world. The people who really drive this, we're actually quite a small organization, but the people who really drive this are the experts that work in retailers and manufacturers all around the globe. And I would work with the steering committee based in the UK, who would help us understand how do we change behaviours and work in different environments all around the the globe. And we do a huge amount of events and learning sessions to try and push back all of this information to the membership and to people like yourselves. So this is who you can see on the board of directors. So we do work with some of the largest organizations around the world, but also some of the smallest companies. And these are the CEOs who sit on our board of directors. So my area is Healthier Lives, and we created about 2 years ago a coalition of action of companies who wanted to go further on the agenda to help people to live healthier lives. And the way we look at that is that obviously this is something that no company can do alone. This is really something where retailers, manufacturers, public health authorities, academia need to work together to get those fresh and new insights that can really help us to find solutions going forward that are win-win for everyone around the table. I work with, as I mentioned, a number of companies across the globe, but in the Healthier Lives coalition at the moment, we have about 70 different initiatives that are running in multiple countries around the world. If you look at those 70 initiatives, there are about 160 organizations that are working there and impacting 50 million consumers. What I mean by impact, how I measure that, is that it's a change in purchase or something has happened. There's been a transaction with a consumer or a shopper in the globe. And we've just done a big, huge review period of what worked and what didn't. Chloe gave some examples of what worked and what didn't in terms of behavior change. And we've just done a big evaluation last year. And I can share plenty of insights with all of you. I'll put some links in the chat at the end of my presentation. And there are a lot of similarities on what works in the UK and with other countries, but the UK, of course, very unique market. And of course, with this legislation coming into play, will make it even more unique. And what I would say, looking at it from a global perspective, there are a lot of other markets, European and beyond, that will be looking to see the impact of this legislation in the UK, how it will be measured, how it will be run, how it will be enforced, and will it actually work? Will we see a peak in healthier sales, but then 6 months later, will we all go back to doing what we did before? So huge amount of interest from a global perspective and from a global audience to see, will this work? And are these the types of measures? Of course, coupled with others, do these measures actually have impact? So this is what the map of the world looks like in my day-to-day job. And you can see here in the UK, the co-chairs of our initiative are Tesco and Danone. So we always bring together retailers and manufacturers who provide leadership on how we're going to work together in a framework on what behavior change might look like in a healthier instance. And you can see here the different countries where we have initiatives that are live or initiatives that are being built at the moment. And globally, I work with Walmart, Danone, and Unilever on health and wellness. And generally, what we see is obviously the biggest impact is in an omni-channel environment, so in-store and online. We probably had more in-store activation. About 60% of our work was actually making changes in supermarkets in countries all around the globe, but actually trialing and testing in an online environment is faster. You can get bigger scale and the learnings come back rapidly, but they are two very different environments, and I would definitely advocate for the need to work in both. So what we did to try and understand from a global perspective, were we having impact, was, does any of this matter? We put together a global KPI framework. And so what we measure through retailer data is healthier baskets. How are they performing in terms of healthier categories? Obviously, fruit and veg is the one that we all agree to. But that, again, is one of the challenges where we don't necessarily agree to what's healthy and what isn't. And I thought David's comment this morning on the UK is probably one of the only countries now that is verbally saying this is unhealthy and this is healthy. It's not the case in other markets around the world, which makes measuring impact can be challenging. And we also look around education in itself. Of course, it is not enough, but it is a foundational part of having change and having impact. And I would say one of our biggest challenges was one of the last questions that was shared with Chloe was around sustaining change over a long-term period. We know with the 5 marketing Ps, if you have price in place, it's visible, it's more accessible, you know that you can sell more. But how do you sustain change on those healthier categories over time? That is still something that we're trying to figure out in multiple markets. So we do collect all of these measurements, again, mainly through transactional data from retailers that I work with all around the globe. For example, a recent trial that I did here in France, online and offline, we did manage to increase sales of fruit and vegetables over a certain period of time. There was a campaign that was done around knowing your numbers in the UK, and we would consider a behaviour change when you see sustained changes in purchasing patterns. And there was a 2% increase around plant-based options in customer basket. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a huge change if you can sustain that over time. I have another program that's running in Turkey at the moment, and we've seen a 15% growth of sales and healthier and more sustainable products. And that's definitely something new that I see that's evolving and is quite mature in the UK, is this choice between healthier and sustainable products, and what does that look like in the basket. But I think Chloe mentioned it as well, health is still the first reason why people will put something into their basket, but the environment and the environmental indicators are becoming more and more important, in particular for young people. So this was at the very beginning. It was a piece of work that we had done in the UK when we started our initiative. Scott, it's probably 3 years ago, and this was with Tesco. We had a campaign called One for Good, and really working around choices and better choices for families. And all of the retailers that I would work with in the UK, we integrate into their existing, obviously, health strategies and see how we can catalyze action and build even more insights in a different way with public health authorities and with academia, and looking at if we can build more and more of these learnings going forward. So some of the approaches that we tried to do, I mean, you all know this already, and Chloe mentioned it as well. Of course, the scale of the problem is a real challenge. And you can see, I think it was the figure that stuck out to me, and maybe one of the differences in the UK was around, you can see here 20% of sales are from products that are high in fat, sugar and salt, and it's the purchasing behaviours. 40%, I think Chloe mentioned, of products are bought through some form of promotional strategy, and that is a real difference compared to some of your European neighbours. And of course, the change in lifestyle that we've all been through, this sedentary lifestyle and hybrid ways of working in that model now has led to an acceleration maybe of a snacking culture or environment that was in place, and that will continue and has continued. I think Chloe's graphs showed the increase that has had in terms of, in particular, overweight among adults. And again, not new news, but the strain on the NHS is something that, radical change is needed, because it will not be sustainable over time. And again, this was mentioned as well by Chloe. There is a desire from the consumer for change. They really do see the role of all of you, the retailers and manufacturers that are listening today, and what you can do to help make this change in their baskets easy and accessible, affordable, and tasty and delicious. There's no, we want it all. So that desire, 71% of UK consumers feel that, food, nutrition, health is very important for them, and that continues to grow over time. There is also this acknowledgement in the UK, or this the role that businesses have in terms of helping people to live healthier lives, and that companies should be taxed heavily. 57% believe that if they continue to produce or promote unhealthy choices. And we've also seen as well, again, you could say in a business environment, that there is a 54% of people have said that they do pay attention to labeling nutritional values when when they are going grocery shopping. But there is, at the flip side of that, what we say and what we actually do, and the realities of what happens when you are during your online shopping or in a grocery store. That action gap is often there, and the UK is no different to other countries. But it does give, I would say, huge incentive to really look at what we can do as an industry to make that easy for people as they navigate the changes in the shopping environment in the UK, and that consumers are not more confused than ever, and that this isn't something that kind of brings up additional barriers, but that it really helps and makes that ease of shopping for people in the UK. I think everyone agrees that obviously the need for radical change is there. The work that we would try to do in these forums and in multiple other forums is trying to see where we can work with businesses, with government, with public health authorities to create an environment where the change can happen. Building on kind of evidence-based, and I will put in the chat afterwards 2 papers that we recently did with Oxford on the results of some of the trialing that we did around behaviour change, and what we try doesn't always work, or trying it over a long-term period that is can be quite challenging. I think Chloe also mentioned it, Hfss. I don't think anyone believes it's a silver bullet or we're going to see everything change overnight. It is part of a wider solution, or part of a wider, let's say, menu of options. But obviously it's happening, it's coming, and we have to really welcome it and see how we can get those rates to start to decrease in the UK. So from what we've seen from multiple behavioural experiments that we have in countries around the world, it is a complex issue. You know that all of the experts working in this food environment, and it is very, very complex, and we need multiple types of interventions if we really want to have impact at scale. Making those healthier decisions and that choice, we try to really test and innovate new and different models in a positive way. In the UK, we have Collaboration for Healthier Lives. We work with University of Oxford and Impact on Urban Health to see what is working with multiple retailers and manufacturers in the UK. And data sharing is a hugely important piece to really understand the impact of what we're doing, and how we can learn and quickly kind of course correct as we move forward, and really share as well what didn't work, which you've seen in from Chloe's presentation as well. There are multiple things the retailers are testing constantly, what works and what doesn't work, and there are multiple things that do not work or do not have impact over time. So sharing data, I would say, is something that I would really encourage everyone to do, and it is the only way that we will collectively learn together what can help population health in the UK. So when we looked at kind of how to really make this change, we definitely advocate for collective action, that healthier products are widely available, widely desirable, visible, and that there is a positive reward when people do make that choice. We've seen, not just in the UK, but from multiple country projects that we do. Inspiration is needed there. The desire to be healthy and have a healthy family, no matter where you're from, that desire is there. But we need to work in an inspirational fashion, and we found that telling people yes, no, you can, you can't, kind of guilting people into health, that doesn't work over time, and it's a very challenging change to sustain over time. This was something I wanted to share. Again, it was bringing kind of the reality from the ground into these projects. You often look at these big industry associations with all of these big organizations and wonder, are they really connected with the reality of people on the ground? Which is why working with partners like Impact and Urban Health is really critical. So we worked with people like Adele on understanding how she is shopping for her family. And if you click here on YouTube, you can see a video of some of the work that we did in Lambeth and Southwark in London, and some of the things that we tried and tested around. This is way ahead of any legislation coming into place. Already retailers were looking at these solutions, and some of the trials that we did in small scale convenience stores, which is often the most challenging format to drive this change. Some of the work we did there on fruit and vegetables and trying to integrate fruit and vegetables into every basket, people coming into those smaller inner city stores, is now rolled out nationwide across Tesco. Obviously, it's changed and it's evolved over time, but this type of testing at small scale is really important to then go nationwide with some of these solutions on healthier options. We also published a report, our very first report from the UK. It was in 2019. Can supermarkets help turn the tide on obesity? And I'll put into the chat the academic papers that are available online. And we're coming back in June with the second update on what's changed and what we've learned since this first report. And then we'll have more substantial learnings coming out in 2023. But we did see that, retailers and manufacturers, we know how to sell more fruit and vegetables. So you can see 13%. We do know how to work around, let's say, the lower sugar options. This was an example of 72% of was beans that was sold. We do know how to work on swapping and alternatives in particular categories, and we also can work around confectionery and treats and how it's not often that we would talk about selling less in a business environment, but that is the reality of some of the work that has is going on a daily basis by retailers and manufacturers in the UK. So what we're trying to understand now really with the work that we have in the UK is how can we obviously navigate through the legislation, but really see everything that we've learned, can we integrate that back in addition to the framework of the legislation, and see how we can really shape consumer demand for healthier options going forward. And not all of the trials were successful. A lot of the labelling initiatives that we did had absolutely little or no impact on purchasing patterns, and I'll put the links to those results in the chat. So just finally, obviously, if you're at this event today, you're thinking in a collaborative mindset. This isn't easy for anyone to navigate, and there really is, I hope, this desire, obviously, for business to work for purpose, and I think that purpose is just so urgent in the UK. There really is this need for a collaborative model as we work together to navigate a challenging landscape with everything that's happened in the UK and multiple countries around the globe. I think everyone acknowledges the health challenge is vast and complex. The UK government doesn't have it figured out, but what government does, and there's no organization that really can do this on their own. But we really believe retail has such a key role to play in helping people and in the ecosystem around health and wellness. And I'm very happy to share with all of you insights and learnings that we have from the UK, but also from other countries around the world. Things don't often can't be exported or translated to other markets, but I think there are learnings in some of the behavioural initiatives that we've done that may be of interest or helpful for anyone at today's event. And yeah, happy to stay in touch after today's session. And that was it from me, Christina.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Sharon. You really brought a global perspective, as you said, and it's actually really interesting just how big that scope of your collaboration for healthier lives is. I hadn't quite realised that, and it's really amazing to hear about the cross learnings between countries. Again, we've had a few questions around that, so I'll come to that. But I thought it was really interesting that you said UK was a unique market, and it kind of taps onto one of the questions that we were asked before, is why is it that HFSS is such an issue in the UK compared to other countries, and what cross learnings can happen there, and how interesting it is that people in other countries are watching the UK with anticipation to see how things unfold. I think it's really lovely, the demonstration that you talked about, how many companies are actually really trying to fit within the spirit of the legislation and have broader strategy change. And I think that, again, that's something that'd be interesting and picked up in some of the questions. So if I move on, and we just have 3 questions. So Janice Baird in the audience has asked, what are the factors that have led to the impressive changes in France and Turkey in particular?
I would say probably the Turkish example, and I'll put it in the chat, a report that we did was the simplicity of how we helped people to make those changes. And it wasn't specifically on a product. It was really if I, Sharon, in my basket was constantly lacking in, fruit and veg, or, another type of sector in my diet. We mapped it with the Turkish dietary guidelines. I was I got promotions and incentives on that category that was lacking in my diet. So not really focusing in on a product, stop doing this. It was really to see how could my ideal kind of balance and diet match better what the government was, and in this case, the Eat Well Guide. How could I better match the Eat Well Guide? And it was the simplicity at which the promotions were offered. And now we've moved into personalization. So it's through obviously loyalty cards, and loyalty card systems are very widespread in the UK. So it's absolutely, there are things that could be done, but the real personalization from retailers, and that relationship that retailers have with people, and the data, the amount of the wealth of data that retail has on consumption patterns. So I would say from Turkey, the simplicity. From France, what really worked was the inspiration. Obviously, culinary gastronomy here is just so important. So telling someone what to eat and not what to eat does not work. It would have almost the opposite effect. So in France, we went very much around recipes, around pleasure. Health can be delicious, mixing and kind of trying to find that balance that, there's as much indulgence in France and there is maybe in the UK. It's just the way the consumption patterns are a little bit different. Probably I would say we really worked through inspiration, cooking, obviously, but I mean 3 ingredient recipes, very, very simple things, on a cost proportion that really resonated with families as well, because there's similar challenges over here around pricing and inflation, and just realities of, when I'm shopping on a budget, will health continue to be such a factor? So simplicity, inspiration, and taste, that health can be delicious, and that was probably the 2 things that would stick out in my mind. But I'll put the links to those programs in the chat.
Yeah, that's really interesting, actually, because it talks to the cultural differences between the UK and other countries, and particularly that in the UK it sort of appears that we like convenience, we like to eat socially together, but actually the cooking is not necessarily considered a cultural trait as it might be in Turkey and France. So that's quite interesting. There was another question from a delegate. Now, you talked at a much more macro level about companies, and this is really around the inequalities between big companies and smaller companies and the scope of what they can do. And I mean, this question is about, will the legislation it won't stop the sales of sweets in small corner shops, and because they fall out of scope. And these are normally near schools and children, so actually it might increase inequalities. And what scope then is there for larger companies to support some of these smaller stores, so that there is more of the level playing field that we've talked about before, and also that it doesn't have an exacerbation of inequalities?
Yeah, I suppose this is there is definitely this need for a level playing field, and obviously when government intervention is one of the kind of reasons behind it, is trying to help to create that level playing field, and between some of the big businesses they maybe have more resources to be set up for the implementation of this legislation, and for some of the smaller companies, like the British Retail Consortium or Association of Convenience Stores, there's great kind of resources there for some of the smaller companies to lean in. I do think there is a sense of kind of business with purpose in the UK from the larger players, and just I think how staggering the figures are, and the amount of different measures that are being put in place in the UK. I do think there is a real realization from the larger businesses that I work with that this isn't working, and so that there is that need for a level playing field. And we'll see, will that happen, and how it will actually play out. I don't think anyone knows, but I feel from kind of the leadership teams that I work with in the bigger businesses, yeah, it's not working. Things are getting worse. Childhood obesity figures are staggering. So yeah, the system isn't working, and I do think from the leadership that I work with, there is a real desire to create that level playing field, but obviously, finding it in a way, in a model that is financially sustainable for everyone. That is just the reality of doing good business, is to be financially sustainable as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And but I guess it links a little bit to my next question, which is really about consumer demand. So sort of the last question is, in your presentation, you mentioned that health was the number one for consumers. I'll often talk about health and then talk about planet. Obviously, price plays a role in there as well. And do you think a communications or social marketing campaign is needed to improve consumer awareness about the importance of the legislation for population health, or do you actually think that might have detrimental effects?
Yeah, I mean, it's there's definitely a need to create that demand. That there is, and not just in the UK. This is in countries all around the globe. There is, I do think there is a way of finding that right balance. I mean, we've some of this industry, some of the best marketeers. So you can imagine working kind of collaboratively with government on what that could look like. There are certain things, like eat your 5 fruit and veg a day. We're kind of, it's so ingrained, we almost don't pay attention to it now. So there probably is a need, really to do something that is appealing, and that we all kind of get behind a similar message. Creating the demand. I see multiple stories from some of the manufacturers that I've worked with that reformulating, and then just the demand just isn't there, and it doesn't work from a long-term perspective. So there is a need, I would say, to work kind of together on what good looks like, but in a very finding the right way of doing that. I think there's some of the best people around the table to do that. But I would say yes, there is a need to do something together.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Sharon. What a wonderful presentation, and such an overview of the huge scope of work that's happening by many companies and businesses that provide food for consumers. And so again, there's some questions in the chat that I'd encourage you to answer if you can. So now we're going to take a break, everyone. We've had some very interesting conversations, so we're actually running a little bit late with time. We're going to reconvene at 11:05. So we'll commence again at 11:05. So if you can join just after 11, that would be great. But please do take this opportunity to stretch your legs, grab a refreshment. And if you're a tweeter, don't forget to use the hashtag SOTONHFSS22. See you all soon. Bye. Just after 11. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our virtual conference. Just a reminder, we're being hosted by the University of Southampton in partnership with the Consumer Goods Forum and Chartered Trading Standards Institute. For those of you who are just joining us, I'm Christina Vogel, Associate Professor of Public Health Nutrition, and I'm chairing today's program. And we've heard some amazing speakers already who have discussed sort of various ways in which we can be supporting effective implementation and enforcement of the incoming promotions and placement regulation, which comes into effect in October. Just to let you know, we've had fantastic attendance this morning. We had over 300 delegates this morning. At the moment, we've got just shy of 280 people joining us. So thanks all very much, and thank you for your engagement. Just a reminder to use the Q&A function, please, when you pose your questions, so that we can ask our speakers your questions and keep that engagement, which has been working really well. And also just a reminder that this is being recorded and that the recording will be sent to you tomorrow in an email. Brilliant. Okay, lovely. So I'm going to move on, and I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker of the programme, Andrea M. Inchowski, who is the Deputy Director of the British Retail Consortium. Andrea, we welcome you and encourage you to turn on your video when you get the chance. Andrea holds responsibility for food policy at the British Retail Consortium and has worked with retailers for more than 15 years on nutrition issues, including nutrition and health claims, food information regulations, reformulation initiatives, and the Natasha regulations on allergens. Andrea has taken a leading role in the implementation of a number of UK government food and nutrition policies, including front-of-pack labelling, out-of-home sector calorie labelling, TV and online food advertising, and of course, this incoming promotion and placement regulation. We're really looking forward to hearing you speak today, Andrea, and to present particularly about the in-scope food and drink categories in the incoming, and I'm sure you'll have a flurry of questions at the end. So handing over to you, and thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak here today. Hopefully technology has worked and you can see the presentation.
Yeah, good. It's seamless. Fantastic.
I haven't been as organized as the other, by the way, absolutely brilliant speakers this morning, and I haven't included a slide explaining who the BRC is, but broadly speaking, we are the trade organization representing the retail industry, and by retail industry, we would capture anybody who sells anything to the ultimate consumer. So we would have in our membership all of the supermarkets that you all shop in and know. And we would also have all of other types of retailers who would not predominantly sell food, but might have potentially a food offering and therefore also be caught by these regulations. So those might be clothing retailers, DIY stores, stores that are multi-purpose, department stores, etc. So we've been working with all of them in our understanding, trying to gather our understanding of the way that the provisions of this regulation works. We also represent a lot of what is normally described as the out-of-home industry. They are obviously also retailers in their own right. For the purpose of these regulations, they would be exempt. So we've been doing a lot of work over the last probably few years on the development of this piece of legislation. And today I've been asked to talk about what is in the scope of the regulation. I'm just going to give you a general understanding of what is in the scope. There is a number of exemptions that have been, you have to work yourself through within the regulation. But broadly speaking, this is the way that you would go about trying to understand whether the product is in scope of the regulation or whether indeed is not in the scope of that regulation. And also to say that there are certain instances where the scope might be in the scope of part of the regulation, but not in the full scope of the regulation. So for example, it might be covered by the placement regulation, but it might not be covered by the volume element of the regulation. But this is a general understanding of how things are covered. And I appreciate that David has this morning done a brilliant job of taking us through to some of the general aspects of these. So there might be a slightly small amount of repetition, but hopefully I can give you a little bit more detail on what he started. So for general criteria, and it's important to understand that all 4 criteria have to be met for the food to be in the scope of the regulation. So the first one is the retailer through which the product is being sold through has to be in scope. And this is important. And I've just seen there's a couple of questions within the chat. Sometimes I think they are, it's a little bit confusing. The regulation applies at retail level. So the businesses that are deemed to be in scope or out of scope would be the retailers. The companies that sell through the retailer, if the retailer is in scope, would all be in scope, irrespective of the size. So the references that have been made this morning to retailers that have less than 50 employees, for example, again, that would apply to a retailer. If a supplier to a retailer has less than 50 employees, it would be irrelevant. The driver to establish whether somebody or a company is in or out of a scope is to be deemed at retail level. So again, the regulation applies at the level at which somebody is selling something to the ultimate consumer, not necessarily the supplier who produces the product that that retailer is selling. Is the product pre-pack or not? And these would include all those products that are defined as pre-packed by the Food Information Regulation. So anything that is loose or pre-packed for direct sale would be out of the scope of the provisions of the regulation. And the third criteria is the product included in one of the 13 categories which are covered in Schedule 1 of the regulation. And the fourth criteria is the product classified as high in fat, sugar, and salt according to the nutrient profile model. I would also say that I have approached this presentation quite purist. So there has been some conversation about would people apply the ethos of the law versus the letter of the law. I think at this moment in time, we're all trying to understand what the law says and what we are required to comply with. With that understanding, then people can, retailers can make a further decision as to whether they want to expand those provisions on voluntary basis. But it is very important that we all have the same understanding on what is really required and what is in the scope of the provisions of the regulation. So the first criteria was the retailer. I think it is very important to understand that we could have a product, and I've got an example here of a product in a scope, which is a red Coke, the original version with containing sugar, and that, although naturally a product which is covered in Schedule 1, Category 1 drinks, and which is Hfss, would not be affected, and the sales, whether it's on a volume basis or on a placement basis, could continue as they are in a retailer that is not in scope. And this is the example given here in the form of a cafe, bar, irrespective of the manner in which the product is or where the product is presented. And even if they were to do a buy one, get one free promotion in that product, again, the product could be sold as it is. It doesn't have to be poured on a glass. That retailer on the left will be able to continue to operate and present the product in the same way that they are and sell the product in the same way that they're currently doing. However, the retailer on the right is a retailer in a scope of the provisions of the regulation, and therefore that product, which is also in a scope sold through a retailer that is in a scope, would be affected by the provisions of the regulation and would have to be compliant. It could not be placed in certain areas of the store, and it could not be sold in or through a volume promotion. The second criteria is the product pre-packed. So we have an example here that I've given you of some mince pies, products that again are covered within the scope. So if the product is presented pre-packed in store, so there's a good example. There are some delicious minced pies produced in a factory for a retailer and sold pre-packed in store. Those would be in the scope of the provisions of the regulation. However, the examples in the middle, which are minced pies, the first one pre-packed in store, so they will be made, heated, cooked, and act in the premises would be out of scope, and the loose mince pies would also be in the scope. So in theory, the products in the middle would be able to be placed at the entrance of the store, in an aisle end, or even at a checkout or close to a checkout, or on a, let's say, gondola end. However, the first example would not be. There's also examples where a feature might have a mix of products. Some are in scope and some are out of scope. So unless the feature is split somehow, that feature would not be able to be placed in areas that are restricted in store, if it has a mix of the two products, some pre-packed and some non-pre-packed. But again, it goes to show that while you might have a product that is covered within one of the categories in the annex, while it is classified as Hfss, the manner in which it is presented would also drive decision-making on whether the product is in or out of scope. I think David has shown a list, perhaps not comprehensive, but of the types of products that are covered in the categories or in Annex 1. This is the list of the 13 categories, and you will find these in the regulation itself, but it's also covered in the guidance that the Department of Health has published alongside the regulation. And it covers a long list of products, from drinks to savory snacks, confectionery, bakery, to some ready meals, potato products, pizzas, etc., are all covered within the scope of the regulation. Again, products that are Hfss but are not covered in that list would be outside the scope. So we're looking at things like, for example, some sauces, mayonnaise, which is high in fat, could or would be classified as Hfss according to the MPM model, but because it's not covered in one of these categories, would not be within the scope of the regulation. One tip here, I think it is very important. There is a risk, and I think we've all probably done it, that because the guidance tend to have a more expansive list of products in scope, or a longer list of examples, you would default to look at the guidance only to be able to establish whether the product is in or out of scope. But I would recommend that you have both the regulation and the guidance open, because the guidance for certain type of products, especially drinks, has some provisions and some explanation within the text that is not covered within the guidance. So I think it is very important that you look at both pieces of advice, both the regulation and the guidance, when you're trying to establish whether your product is in or out of scope. And you would also at times have to look at additional pieces of information or additional pieces of legislation to be able to establish whether your product is in a scope or not. And I'm going to give you a number of examples. So this is the first one. Category 1 includes drinks. And one of the examples given in the guidance notes is that alcoholic drinks or alcohol alternatives of alcohol substitutes presented in a low alcohol or no alcohol form are exempt if the alcohol content is above 1.2% ABV. So if the alcohol content is above 1.2%, it is out of the scope of the regulation. So the majority, or pretty much all, alcoholic drinks are not caught by the provisions of the regulation. However, although it doesn't specifically say that, one could wrongly conclude that if the drink has an ABV or an alcohol content below 1.2%, is therefore by default included in the provisions of the regulation. That is not exactly the case, because if you look at the regulation, it specifies very clearly that only those alcohol alternatives that are covered by the soft drink industry levy are covered by the provisions of this regulation. So one then has to go to Schedule 9 of the soft drink industry levy to be able to understand what are the conditions that is specified whether the low alcohol alternative is covered by the soft drink levy and therefore by default by this piece of legislation. And it is a extensive or a set of criteria that defines presentational aspects and compositional aspects. And we have done a bit of work and gone through all of these, and we actually believe that the vast majority, we've only found one product that would be in scope. We think that the vast majority of no alcoholic or low alcoholic alternative drinks would be out of the scope of this regulation on the basis that they fulfill the requirements that are set on the soft industry levy annex that would exempt them from being caught by those provisions. So again, I know it is a bit convoluted, but you have to look at the regulation on promotions, the guidance that provides some illustrative examples of what is in scope or out of scope, and any references to criteria that establishes how do you further define whether the product is in or out of scope, and that might be placed in a different piece of legislation as it is the case for drinks. This is another example. Category 13 includes, broadly speaking, what we describe as ready meals and meal centers. So I think there is 3 elements to that category. It includes products that are accompanied by a carbohydrate or are or not accompanied by a carbohydrate and are presented as a main meal. It also includes meal accompaniments, and the third one is products that are buttered and breaded. But one of the criteria, one of the principles within this category is that any product covered in the category is expected to be consumed as either whole main meal or as part of a meal. So we've been discussing these with the Department of Health, and we've been having a lot of discussions internally. And the conclusion that we've reached is that something like a burger in a bun, which is specifically named as one of the examples of products within this category. The majority of burgers would not be sold pre-packed, but there's a handful of examples in the store that are pre-packed buns. So the examples here on the left is, or the one on the left here is an example of a product which, if Hfss says, would be covered by the provisions of the regulation. However, the example on the right, given that the product is very similar to the one on the left, but presented in a smaller portion size and presented in a way that is not intended to be consumed as the main meal or as the meal center of the meal, they would be exempt from the provisions of the regulation. Another example is confectionery. The category specifies, and the provisions of the category specify that these products have an ingredient that tends to characterize the product. So chocolate, for example, might be one of those characterizing ingredients, and they're products that are regularly or commonly found in the confectionery aisle. Well, interestingly, those 3 examples of products that I've got down there are not placed in the confectionery aisle, but they tend to be placed in the snack sort of aisle, so they wouldn't necessarily comply with first principle. But if you look at the examples that are provided in the guidance go to say that all chocolate covered peanuts, nuts, seeds, fruit would be covered within this category. So the product listed in there, which are salted dark chocolate almonds, clearly would be covered within the scope of confectionery, irrespective of the fact that it doesn't meet the first element of the principle necessarily at all times. However, the products on the right, and we're talking about things like honey roasted cashews, would be out of scope, and things like yogurt covered peanuts would be out of the scope of this specific category, given that, again, the guidance say very specifically that other sweet coated nuts, peanuts, seeds, or fruit would be out of scope of this category, irrespective of the fact that that product, a yogurt coated peanut, would probably have an NPM score that is very, very similar to a chocolate covered peanut. It would be, given that is namely stated so, specifically excluded from the provisions of the regulation. Another example of a product that needs to be looked into a little bit more detail, category 13, we've mentioned it before, ready meals, meal centers. They are products, and this is one that's going to be a little bit difficult, I think. The guidance state that a product within a sauce or with a sauce, so the product is presented with a sachet of a sauce, with the sauce sachet, etc., would be covered within the provisions of the regulation. However, a product that is glazed or marinated would be outside of the scope of the provisions of the regulation. However, it doesn't specify the percentage of sauce that will make a marinade versus a sauce, etc., etc. However, it does specify it in, what I would say is that based on that criteria, we would have said that the product on the left-hand side, which is a pork shoulder with a toffee apple sauce, would be in the scope of the provisions. The product on the right, which is a smoky barbecue pulled pork, which is glazed, would be out of the scope of the provisions of the regulation. Now, have to understand the difficulty associated with these, because for a category manager that doesn't understand about MPMs or how something is categorized, these products look incredibly similar. They're probably displayed in the same feature and area of the supermarket, but yet one of them, it looks, might be in scope of the regulation versus the other one be outside of the scope of the regulation. However, if you then continue reading within the guidance document, it provides some further guidance or an additional principle to establish whether the product is in or out of scope. And it says the product would be deemed to be in a sauce if, or would not be deemed to be in a sauce, or if no significant liquid remains to be poured over the food. And this is very interesting because there would be foods which are sold with a sauce. However, when going through the cooking process, all the sauce will have ended up being soaked and absorbed by the meat. So the final product is unlikely to have any significant liquid remaining to pour over the sauce, which is the case of the product on the left. So we actually believe that while at first glance, one product would be in scope and the other one would be out of scope, the reality is that both products are indeed likely to be out of scope if we look at that other element of no significant liquid being left on the final food. I sympathize with the enforcement, with the local authority colleagues, because again, it is very difficult to determine in this category whether a product is in or out of scope, given that the criteria to establish whether they are in or out of scope is not to be established on the product as sold, but the product as cooked or consumed. And that makes great difficulty for enforcement authorities trying to identify or establish whether something is indeed in or out of the scope of this category. In my opinion, one of the most complex categories is category 2, savory snacks. And one of the main principles of this category is the category includes crisps. And one of the main principles of this category is that products that are eaten as alternatives or in the same eating occasion as crisps would be in the scope of this category. And one of the reasons why this is quite complicated is because crisps and many savory snacks fall in what the retail industry often describes as flexible commodities. And they're called flexible commodities because there isn't an eating occasion or in a specific eating occasion in which these products are consumed. Unlike a ready meal where the majority of people would consume it for dinner or for lunch, some people might consume it in other ways, but actually those tend to be the two eating occasions where the vast majority of people consume those type of foods. Pack of crisps could be consumed in any way. It could be consumed as a snack throughout the day. It could be considered or consumed as a side of a sandwich for lunch, etc., etc. So it is very difficult to establish, is a product consumed in the same eating occasion as crisps, when we understand that crisps can be eaten as any or in any form of an eating occasion. So again, the guidance does not provide any further information, any further principles, any further detail on how is one to consider whether something is eaten as an alternative of a crisp. Would, for example, something like a cream cracker be consumed? I think we would assume that the majority of consumers would not consume those as an alternative to a crisp, given that those type of products tend to be eaten with a piece of cheese or with spread of hummus in them, etc. Japanese crackers, difficult to know. A peanut butter puff, probably yes, given that it is being sold in proximity to the crisp and it's being presented or is a similar type product. Now, crunchy mushrooms, going back to a comment that David made this morning, this is part of the difficulty with some of these pieces of legislation that are quite specific, that our industry is very good at innovating, and within the next few years, we will see more of these type of products, and it will become more and more complicated to be able to establish whether the product is in or out of scope, or understanding how is somebody meant to or likely to consume that product. So one of the things that we do, and I really hope this works, is we at the BRC are very mindful that the retailers are having to, or the majority of the responsibility for the compliance with a piece of legislation lies with the retailer. We have to work very closely with our suppliers to make sure that they're all in a consistent way establishing whether the products are in or out of a scope and whether the products are classified in one category versus another. And that for us is of absolute importance to make sure that we are compliant by the 1st of October. So what we're attempting to do, and this is a draft at the moment, we're hoping to finalize this guidance document in the next couple of weeks, and these will be available through our website at no cost to everyone. But what we are really hoping to do is to provide you with some additional guidance. So this is the form that it will take. Somebody with a much better knowledge of format in Excel would look at this document before it is put out, so it would look a little bit better than it does at the moment. But what we have done is we've got category 2, for example, savory snacks. It would include the principle. So this is just pretty much a copy of what it includes or what's included in the Department of Health guidance, but we felt it was right to have everything in one document. And we've included here additional examples of products that we feel, in addition to the examples that are provided in the Department of Health guidance, are also in scope. So we've got here things for that category like Japanese rice cakes, any variations of puff, dried, etc. would actually be in scope, and things like fried corn would also be in scope. However, for example, we also have examples of things that are likely to be out of scope. And what we've also done is include some commentary. And in that commentary, what we've tried to do is provide some criteria. And actually, this is not the right version of the document, apologies. We've provided some criteria in the version that I wanted to show you. It includes some criteria of how would you go about establishing whether a product is to be eaten in the same eating occasion as crisps. So for example, we've included things like presentational aspects. Is the product individually bagged or aimed to be consumed entirely in one sitting? Is it displayed or merchandised alongside crisps? Is it aimed to be topped, or is it usually eaten with a spread? In that case, it's likely to be out. Is the product ambient? And key for this category, because there are people, we've had a lot of questions. So for example, whether strips of chicken or ham slices, with some people who are consuming a high protein diet and use those as savory snacks would be a savory snack or not. We don't believe they are. So we believe ambient products, that those that don't need any further processing are the only ones covered in this category. So we've added additional criteria, which we're hoping will help everyone in the industry, enforcement, and colleagues understand whether a named product is in or out of scope. But as I said, this document would be hopefully ready in a couple of weeks' time. I will let you know, we'll put a notification out, and it will be available for download from our website for everybody to use. It will be a live document, so we're hoping to, on a regular basis, update it with additional products that we're getting queries about. And the fourth criteria is the nutrient profile model. Many of you would be aware of the guidance that were published in 2011. We're talking about a model that was published in 2004, 2005. And at that time, guidance were published, but those guidance were updated in 2011. And it is, by the looks of it, a relatively straightforward calculation. There is some what is called aid nutrients or positive nutrients, and there are some negative nutrients, and you would score, depending on the quantities of all of them, some points, and you would subtract the points added by the negative nutrients to the points for the positive nutrients. All of this is explained in that guidance document. We have, and I think together with the Food and Drink Federation, with the ACS, and with a number of other colleagues, provided extensive comments to the Department of Health for the need for this document to be updated. And the reason why it needs to be updated is not only because there is a number of elements of the document that are factually incorrect, like some examples, but also because this is the first time that we're having to so comprehensively analyze the score of so many products. Until now, this model was only used for the purpose of advertising and advertising during children viewing times that many companies would not do. So there are many, many companies that have never seen or used the model, and that guidance is in urgent need of updating. The reason why it is so important to get it right is because for you to be able to display a product in store to do a volume promotion, you have to prove that your product is non-Hfss, and the information that you're required to do that goes beyond what is in the ingredients list or in the nutrition information of that specific type of product. So for example, you have to be able to calculate the fruit and veg content of your product, and that is one of the positive elements, one of the A elements that scores you points. But it is complicated sometimes to be able to understand how would you go about understanding the quantity of fruit and veg that your product contains. If, for example, you've got a product that contains dehydrated fruit or overhydrated food, how would you, establish that? There are other elements, as for example, the guidance say that the information has to be calculated on the product as sold and not as prepared. But there's categories like pizzas where the vast majority of businesses who sell pizzas would provide the nutrition information as consumed because it is felt to be more informative for consumers. So again, going back to enforcement colleagues, you would find it incredibly difficult to be able to establish the Hfss score of a product or of certain categories based off the nutrition information on pack. One, because there's elements that are not present, and two, because some of the information on pack is provided as consumed and not as sold. And for hydration issues, etc., and for dehydration issues, because you're losing moisture when you are cooking some of these products, some of these nutrition values certainly change. And then there is another element, which is the gravity. So for things like ice creams, some of them are provided, or the information is provided per 100 mLs, but you would have to translate that information into 100 grams for the purpose of calculating the model as a food. So this is a bit of a summary, again, things to watch out. The information has to be inputted in kilojoules, not kilocalories. The information for salt has to be inputted in sodium. They are very specific, there's very specific methodology for fiber that has to be used. And we all know that for certain type of categories like bakery, there are certain methods that will give you a different fiber content. For things like ice cream, the information has to be inputted as a solid. So you would have to understand what the density or gravity of your ice cream is to do a translation from the liquid in which some ice creams are presented to a solid, and these may vary. There might be companies that understand what the density of the product is. There might be companies that might not. There are products that are a combination of products, such as the one presented as an example, which is a yogurt with a granola. The information is to be, or the MPM is to be run on the product as a whole, even though sometimes the products can be consumed in different ways and manufacturers are presented information in slightly different ways. We have products that need to be rehydrated, such as, for example, hot chocolate powder. The product is not intended to be consumed as such, and in many cases, the nutrition information on pack would apply to the product as hydrated or as prepared, which is how the MPM is supposed to be run. But there are cases where the product can be presented in different ways where that information is not presented as prepared. So they might, again, be inconsistencies. And as I mentioned before, there's things like the fruit and veg content, which are slightly problematic because you do have things like bakery goods. If you leave your raisins soaking for an extra day, you might have them more plump and they might have more weight. So would they score extra points if you put them in a scone, for example, as opposed to if you only soak your raisins to keep them moist for a day as opposed to two? Or things like spaghetti bolognese, they are notoriously complicated because there would be dishes that have small amounts of many veg. So you will really have to have an understanding, which the guidance at the moment do not provide, or how to do that calculation for the different parts or the different elements of that veg in the case of that product that your product contains. Also to bear in mind that obviously, we all have in stores, or all the members have things like hampers, platters, tapas, mixed products. Some of those hampers will have a food element versus not a food element. We understand that the way that the model would apply to these is if one of the elements in your hamper, in your platter, in your array of products is HFSS, it will trigger the whole of the product being covered by the scope of the regulation. So even if we look at, sort of, for example, an offering there for Mother's Day or Valentine's of flowers and chocolate, because the chocolate is in scope, that whole presentation of a bundle of flowers with chocolate would be within the scope. And this is how these type of products that are presented as a bundle or a combination are supposed to be established. But there's still quite a lot of questions which we're hoping would be addressed in that guidance document, which will update the 2011 guide, which are things like, if you have a multi-pack of things like crisps and there are different flavors, some of the flavors within the pack are HFSS, could be HFSS versus not HFSS. So how would you classify that product? Is again the same principle as before, because you have a mix of products, one being HFSS triggers the rest being HFSS as well, or the overall product being HFSS. It's important to understand how to profile a product. So for example, something like a yogurt would be a food, but is something like a drinking yogurt a food or a drink, given that similar drinking yogurts are covered in the category of yogurts, but equivalent products like, for example, a kefir or a milkshake are covered in the category of drinks. We understand the category of drinks will be profiled as a drink, but would a drinking yogurt be classified as a drink or a food? Seasonality, we've got things like semi-skimmed milk, depending on the time of the year, is HFSS or non-HFSS, And we've got a lot of products that don't have nutrition information. They don't require it at all. So again, how would anybody go about understanding what the score of that product is other than the manufacturer that produces that product? And my last slide, important is a recap, important to understand who's selling the food to establish whether it's in or out of scope. The manner in which the product is presented, pre-pack or not, would establish whether, again, the product is in or out of scope. Use the regulation, use the guidance, use alternative regulation, hopefully use our guidance when they are out in the public domain, and use any other available information that might guide your establishing whether a product is in or out of scope. So for example, there is case law on Pringles with salsa. They're deemed to be non-snack for taxation purposes. That can help guide your understanding as well. Keep an eye out for the Department of Health's new updated MPM guidance when they're published. There is a case that many of you would have heard of by Kellogg's, who is challenging whether breakfast cereals should go through the MPM model as dried, as is currently suggested, or with milk, which is how the majority of people would consume that case. That makes a difference on the overall scores. I think it'll be interesting what the outcome of that case is, what are the consequences for other foods. And for enforcement, I'm afraid there's not a very easy way to establish whether a product is HFSS or not, or whether a product is sometimes covered one category or not, given that product composition and the way that the product looks when it's consumed is to establish this, but engage with the retailer, with their primary authority, to be able to understand how they've gone about establishing whether that product is in or out of a scope. I hope that was helpful. If anybody has any questions beyond today, and I'm happy to answer questions on the chat and the Q&A, I would be very happy to receive your emails. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. What a very clear and interesting presentation, and you really did give great insight into just how complex it is to determine in and out of scope products, and particularly in some categories, and worryingly how that will probably change over time too, as you said, with food innovation. So keeping track of that for some groups like consumers like enforcers, might be actually quite challenging. I think it's amazing that the BRC are releasing a guidance document, and I'm sure that will be invaluable for many, many stakeholders. Please do let our research team know when that becomes available, because we share it with the delegate list so that everybody's aware that it's available. We had over 450 people sign up, so it'll be a good list to share that with.
And I will certainly do.
Yeah, great. I'll just ask you a couple of questions. So one delegate, I think you might have already seen this question actually, said, we're an SME with 11 employees but supplying supermarkets who are asking for the information via brand bank. Are we exempt? They're very confused.
I'm afraid you're not exempt, and it is indeed a little bit confusing. Establishing whether a business is exempt or not is only at the point of the business which are in scope of the regulation, which is the retailer. So if a retailer is in scope, which you're selling through, is in scope of the regulation. I'm afraid anybody who supplies to a retailer would be in potentially a scope of the regulation as well. So the retailer would be asking you for the information to establish whether they can place that product in a restricted area in the store, or whether they can volume promote that product. So yeah, I'm afraid these regulation does not really have any exemption on small producers. The only exemption is for small retailers or retailers that have a small size. But yeah, if a retailer that is in a scope sells your product, irrespective of your size, I'm afraid you will be in a scope.
That's really helpful. Sort of linked to that, somebody asked, one of the delegates asked, will it fall on manufacturers to label their products as in or out of scope? Will retailers favour products in out of scope? And are there any benefits to manufacturers and or retailers changing product packaging to carry HFSS scores to help identification of in and out of scope products?
It is something that we've very, very broadly discussed with the manufacturing industry, because I think it would be helpful potentially. I think one of the elements that we haven't yet cracked, and we're in the process of, all of our members are in their headquarters looking at all of the scores that are coming from their manufacturers, from their suppliers. They're trying to understand what is in and out of scope, what promotions might we be able to run next Christmas, where might we be able to place all of these products. But one element that is very new and that we have not had to really deal with before, with the exemption possibly of alcohol display in Scotland and tobacco in the rest of the country, but it was very specific, is communicate to all of the store managers who at the moment have quite a leeway in where they can place things. They're now going to be receiving very strict instructions that there are many products that are not going to be able to place in different areas of the store. And what this means, I was having a conversation with one member, for example, the other day, and we were doing an analysis of all of their hot cross buns. They had 8 different varieties. Half of them were non-Hfss, half of them were Hfss. So how do you convey, and this is just one product out of thousands, so how do you convey to the poor store manager, who's already working incredibly hard, where on which products are they able to place in which areas of the store? So having something on the label would be incredibly helpful. I don't think we're anywhere close to being there yet, but I think eventually, as something that might happen in the future, yeah, I think that would be very positive for the purpose of managing these, store, management of product, and make sure that with the best will in the world, all those store managers follow, the rules as they're meant to, because we can provide them rims of guidance on what is in and out of scope. We can do some checking, which will happen to make sure that all colleagues are following the provisions. But it is complicated as it is. These guys have a lot to do. So anything that can help them will certainly be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because the message that then conveys consumers as well, that, are some hot cross buns really healthier than other hot cross buns? And that's always a difficulty with having a hard line of health, like a healthier product and a less healthy product. So I think, that it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds, and monitoring not only industry, but also consumer response, I think will be quite interesting as well.
Also, because, sorry, I have to say just sort of very quickly, I appreciate that you're mindful of time, because I think the model is a really interesting one, and I think it works really well for some categories, but for other categories, I think it throws a bit of a, spanner in the woods in terms of not necessarily giving the result that you're expecting. So if you look at something like pizzas, some of the ones that are very protein heavy tend to be out of scope and non-HFSS, versus some others that are not that protein heavy and might be, for example, veg heavy, might be HFSS. So it's not necessarily the outcome that one would naturally expect if you didn't know how that analysis is undertaken. So I think, again, from a common sense perspective, from the consumer perspective, I think they might be potentially quite confused by why are certain products that they originally thought were healthy, non-healthy, and products that they thought were healthier actually deemed to be unhealthy.
Yeah, absolutely. In the Q&A, there's a few questions from, there's one specifically from David Blakemore about porridge oats. There's another about tea and coffee and pies, meat pies, sausage rolls and pasties. I'll ask if you're able to look at those in the chat, just in the interest of time.
Absolutely.
There was another very popular question by Vicky Jensen. How will enforcement officers know which products are classified as HFSS when there's no central database? And other delegates asked whether there's any calculators that you'd recommend, and how will enforcers deal with product innovation in the way that you outlined, where things will change and then, you know, something that was in scope now isn't, and how will they keep up with that?
Sure. So I think in terms of calculators that we would recommend, we are really hoping, I mean, I think many of us have asked the Department of Health when they review the 2011 guidance to please issue a national calculator that we can all use, because we feel that that would reduce the chances of variations in the calculation. So we don't know whether they will or not. I'm really hoping that they've taken that recommendation forward and we will have an official national calculator. If there isn't one, we as BRC have been in conversations with the FDF about potentially, again, releasing a calculator that all of our members use, because I think we feel that the input of the elements is one part where things can, you know, potentially be different, but certainly the calculator that you're using could be another one of the elements that might lead to differences. So yeah, hopefully the Department of Health will release one. Otherwise, we would, if we see that the guidance don't have one, release one ourselves for everybody to use. In terms of the resources that enforcement authorities can use, tricky one, because I do appreciate that the nutrition information might not or does not give you all of the information. There is a piece of work by Mike Rayner in Oxford University, which actually has looked at, and Mike has got years of experience looking at a lot of assumptions that one can make to be able to establish the score. Of course, this is theoretical data, but it is well informed based on years of research. And some of those tables that would establish the type of products that are in or out of the scope are actually in the public domain. So they're a good source of information. However, they are informative pieces of information to be able to establish whether a specific product is in or out of a scope. I'm afraid I think you'll have to either contact the manufacturer, contact the retailer, or their primary authority, who are very actively involved in working with those businesses who they support to establish, you know, how to calculate those scores, how to hold those scores, and how to obtain those scores accurately from their suppliers.
Many thanks, Andrea. I would love to keep asking you many more questions, but unfortunately, in the interest of time, we really do need to move on. Thank you for a fantastic presentation, and please do encourage you to engage with the Q&A chat.
I'll certainly do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presentation will be given by Ed Woodall, who is a Government Relations Director at the Association for Convenience Stores, or ACS, as it's commonly known. Ed is a public relations expert. He holds responsibility for communicating the ACS's policy positions with policymakers, including civil servants and parliamentarians, in Westminster, Whitehall and the devolved nations. He regularly consults with ACS members and external stakeholders, sits on the ACS Policy Committee and Expert Policy Group, and leads development of the organisation's policy positions and public affairs strategies. Welcome, Ed, and we're looking forward to hearing your presentation. You'll be presenting, I know, a new guidance that's been developed to support convenience stores to prepare for the implementation of the incoming regulations. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. I'm going to take you and share my presentation now. Hopefully you can all see that. Just put it in presentation view. There we go. Okay. So, good morning. I'm Ed. I'm Government Relations Director at ACS. I've already had a fabulous introduction. I suppose my objective of my presentation this morning is to really share with you the guidance we have produced for our members, convenience retailers. And we set an objective to try and take what is a very complicated set of regulations and put them in a digestible form so that a convenience retailer that doesn't know very much about this could pick it up and understand if their business was impacted in some way. So I'm going to share that with you, and it's all freely available on our website for you to look at afterwards as well. As I go through that guidance, I'm also going to reflect on some of the challenges that convenience retailers have with understanding the guidance. Hopefully that will help the enforcement community understand where there's some tension points in the regulations and clarity, and help everyone really understand what these regulations might look like in stores. So in terms of very brief introduction, ACS, the Association of Convenience Stores, we're the trade association for local shops across the UK. There are 47,000 convenience stores across the UK. There are about 38,000 in England, and some of these are listed up on the screen here that you'll recognise from your own communities. Of those impacted, about 22,000 convenience stores in England will be affected by the volume promotion restrictions. That includes people that are part of symbol groups, co-ops and multiples, and around between 7,000 and 8,000 convenience retailers would be impacted by the location restriction elements of the regulations, which I'm going to take you through as well. So a really big impact on our sector and lots to do in time for October. Just to, one of the things I keep telling my members is that, these regulations have passed through both Houses of Parliament. The Department for Health have issued their guidance, so we really need to focus on the 1st of October. I know there's lots of rumour and reports around the regulations not going ahead, but I think it's going ahead. 1st of October is the date that people need to focus on, because there is not long left to do a lot. And I would describe these regulations as the biggest change in the sale of regulation of the sale of grocery products in a generation, and retailers have a lot to do to be ready for that. So how are we helping members? I said I'm going to take you through the guidance that we launched. It's part of our wider assured advice package. It's this document on the left here, high fat salt sugar products promotion and location regulation. We launched it in February before the implementation guidance was published, but nonetheless, we're not changing a significant amount of that since the implementation guidance has been published. It's assured by Buckinghamshire and Surrey trading standards. I want to thank them for their great support. I also want to thank all of the trading standards community for their support and feedback in the development of guidance as well. We've had to consult with lots of people to make sure that we're getting this right and the right information to people. And we feel like we've got to a good place. So thank you to the trading standards community. And I hope this will be helpful to you in understanding what these regulations will look like in convenience stores. As I said, the Department for Health have issued 91 wonderful pages of interpretation of the regulations, and I urge you to all look at that. And there are certain sections of it that are very helpful, but by and large, it hasn't moved us that much further from our existing interpretation of the regulations, and that's why we were able to publish our guidance in February. So there aren't significant changes based on the implementation guidance. There are a few bits of this guidance I'm going to pull out that do help people, particularly around the definition of aisles and islands, which I think are helpful. So it is worth looking at that section as well, but I will highlight that later. Okay, if I've taken one thing from today's excellent presentations, is that these regulations are very complicated, and we all want to sort of get an overview and snapshot. So this is my attempt of doing an overview of the regulations in one slide. So if you're watching now, now's a good time to screenshot this one if you want to share to colleagues the sort of overview of what these regulations look like. So from the left-hand side column, these describe the regulatory restrictions. A ban on volume promotions, that's a ban on buy one get one free promotions, 50% extra free promotions. Then a ban on placement of high-fat salt sugar products in high footfall areas, so store entrances, island, designated queuing areas and checkouts. And then both of those two restrictions apply online. So you won't be able to promote volume promotions on your website or third-party app like Deliveroo, and you won't be able to place high-fat salt sugar products in the equivalent areas on your website. So just like you couldn't put them in the store entrance of your store, you can't put them on the homepage of your website. The middle column is businesses impacted, and this requires quite a lot of attention, particularly for those we're looking at the employee threshold. So looking at volume promotions and the ban on volume promotions, this applies to businesses with more than 50 employees. The key thing is that this includes franchise and symbol group retailers, or potentially includes. So if you are a convenience retailer on this call and you're part of a symbol group, you're going to have to look very closely at your contract with your symbol group or franchise partner to see, is it considered a franchise agreement as defined in the regulations, which I'll go through. Second area of business impact, obviously around those placement of high-fat salt sugar products. We have a compounding threshold here. So you have to say, do I have more than 50 employees? That includes those in franchise and symbol agreements. And do I have a relevant floor space of over 2,000 square feet? That's not your store footprint. There is a calculation you can do about relevant floor space, which I'll take you through. And then finally, the online restrictions apply to those businesses with more than 50 employees, including franchise and symbols. You're also responsible as a retailer for products that are placed on a third-party website or an aggregator like, I say, Delivery or Just Eat or Snappy Shopper. You have to make sure that they know and are aware of these regulations, and don't place your products in the wrong place, because you would be liable for that. Okay, so I'm going to go into the guidance now and take these in a bit more detail. So the first question people really want to know is my business impacted by the regulations? And I want to start with that 50 employee threshold for the volume promotions. And there's a bit of a flow chart here, which is included in our guidance. Normally, this would be very straightforward for a convenience retailer. Do I have 50 employees? The large majority of those independent or symbol group retailers would not have 50 employees. So they'd say, I don't, so I'm not part of these regulations. But actually, for those symbol group retailers, the calculation of your employee number is based on those in the whole franchise agreement or symbol group agreement. So what you've got to do is talk to your symbol group retailer or your franchise partner and say, is my contract a franchise agreement? And if it is a franchise agreement, and you probably have to take legal advice on that, then obviously you will be captured, because you won't be under the 50 employee threshold. You'll have 200 people in your business because you're supplied by Spar or Cost Cutter or whoever it may be. So what do you need to look out for in your contract? Well, here's a direct quote from the regulations. Your contract would have to agree 3 criteria, all collectively together in there. So as part of your contract, you'd have to say that one business, the franchisor, provides the franchisee with food for distribution and sale, probably lots of convenience stores in that one, that the internal or external appearance of the premises is agreed in the contract that you have. And then finally, that the business model that you operate your business on is agreed in the contract. So I think there's a big job there. I think you're going to need to get some legal advice, and you're going to need to talk to your symbol group or franchise partner to define some of those terms. And I think the trading standards community are also going to have to look very clearly at how they are defining business model to understand which businesses are in scope or out of scope. So you can see here there's some difficulties with what would be, normally a very clear SME exemption is not that clear. This policy will impact thousands of small businesses in the convenience sector who trade under symbol group brands like Spar and Nicer, etc., etc. Okay, the second area and threshold is around the location restrictions, so not being allowed to place high-fat salt sugar products in certain areas of the store. To understand if you're impacted by that, you have to have 50 or more employees, as I just described, and a relevant floor space of over 2,000 square feet. That does not mean that if you have a 2,000 square foot store, you're impacted, because actually the regulations allow you to take out certain areas of the store from your calculation. And there's 3 criteria, which is it there for serving customers goods or services? Is it for the immediate preparation of food for consumption on or off the premises? Or is it used for a business concession? If it's used, the area of your store is used for any of those things, then you don't have to count it towards your relevant floor space. You can take it out. So, for example, your toilets would not count towards your relevant floor space of 2,000 square feet. Your post office counter would not count for that. If you had a food to go offer where you were serving food or preparing food, you could take that out as well. You have to have a look. And there's some points in the guidance that we have produced that give you some examples in addition to that. So the 3 criteria on the left are areas that you can exclude from your relevant floor space calculations. And there's some examples on the right of what they might be. I'm not going to go into lots of detail around the online restrictions, because lots of retailers aren't selling products through their websites. They will be using third-party aggregators like Deliveroo, but essentially there's an equivalency here. As I said, if you can't sell stuff at your checkout, so you can't sell it on your checkout page on your website. You can't sell stuff in your store entrance, so you can't sell stuff in the same place on your home page. The key thing here is that it's the retailer's responsibility, whether your third-party person or website is putting your food for sale on there. You have to make sure that they know about the regulations and can demonstrate you show due diligence that it's their mistake putting it in the wrong place, not yours, because retailers are liable for that. Okay, so that was around the business thresholds of who is in and out. It's not as straightforward as what the guidance and the regulations might initially suggest. The second area is what is a high-fat salt sugar product, and Andrea has gone through a marvellous presentation of the challenges with that. But trying to be as practical as possible with this. So here are, on the left-hand side, the 15 categories covered by the regulations. The regulations actually state 13 categories, but the last sort of 13 categories is actually 2. So for understanding it, here are the 15 categories. The first thing that a retailer has to do is consider, does the product fit into one of these categories? If it does, then you then have to work out the nutritional profiling score, which we went through in lots of detail in the previous presentation around how you do that. Most retailers are not going to be able to do that. And most trading standards officers, I suspect, will not be able to do that. There's a link to the guidance. You can have a go, but it's pretty technical and pretty challenging. You need lots of information around the food product. So what's the right strategy for retailers and trading standards? I think the first thing is to consult with a supplier. They are going to know everything about their product and have an interest in making sure their product's in the right place, promoted in the right way, and all those things. So talk to a supplier is the first thing about the product. Second thing, consult with third-party providers of information. I think there's been lots of questions in the chat about GS1 UK, about Brand Bank. There will be third-party providers of that information about what is and what is not a high-fat, salt, sugar products. And if it was me, I'd be looking very closely at investing in those to give you some clarity. I think the other key thing I'd say on this is due diligence is key here. As a retailer, you've got to be able to record wherever you've got the information from that the product is high-fat, salt, sugar or not high-fat, salt, sugar, to be able to demonstrate to a trading standards officer visiting, look, I got this information from this supplier that said the product is not high in fat and salt and sugar on this date, therefore I can place it where I want. And then that due diligence then will allow the trading standards officer to go off and talk to the supplier about that. And if you've worked off the best information you have, then you've done all you can in that space. And there's a bit of the Food Safety Act that allows and defines due diligence. So I think that's the best strategy for retailers. Work out if it fits in the category, and then talk to the suppliers or consult a third-party provider of that information. You can try the nutritional profiling score. I would say it's an incredibly challenging bit of guidance to interpret. Okay, there's lots of questions in the chat around volume promotions. So the volume promotions definition in the regulations I've put at the bottom of the slide, but I think there's some clearly understandable bits for retailers here. So 50% extra free, buy one, get one free are going to be banned for those with 50 employees or more. Essentially, anywhere where you're offering a financial incentive for buying multiple items that's cheaper than buying it by itself is going to be banned. And I think there's some clearly, retailers will know what a 50% extra free is and the buy one get one free is. I think there's other areas where you have to be a bit more careful. So, for example, you can't have a high-fat salt sugar product promoted alongside a non-food product. So, for example, a common promotion might be a soft drink in the newspaper. Well, if that soft drink is high in fat and salt and sugar, you cannot promote it alongside another product because you're still offering that financial incentive for more volume. So you wouldn't be able to do that. And as was explained earlier as well, if you have a high fat salt sugar product as part of a hamper, then that whole product becomes high in fat and salt and sugar. So again, you wouldn't be able to promote that at a cheaper price than buying those products individually. Hopefully the graphics demonstrate that, but I always go back to the regulations in attempting to define these volume promotions. I think there's going to be a challenge for both retailers and the trading standards community to understand what products can and cannot be in scope of these, but I'll come on to that in a little bit later with some of the references to the guidance. There was also questions chat around volume promotions and exemptions. So meal deals and dine for two price promotions are exempt from these regulations. The reason for that is that the government are saying that, well, essentially someone's buying a meal solution. They're not taking it home to stockpile and eat later. They're buying it as a meal solution for one person or for multiple people to eat as part of one meal. Therefore, it is not attempting to offer them more volume than they need. So relevant, what's called in the regulations, relevant special offers, but to us means meal deals and dine for twos are exempt. So you can run your lunch deal with a high fat salt sugar product in, that is fine. The volume promotion exemptions does not apply to multi-packs. So obviously a multi-pack is not considered a volume promotion, but if you were promoting multiple multi-packs, that would be a volume promotion. And then on-pack promotions, the regulations are very clear that there is a 12-month sell-through period for products that have printed on the pack a volume promotion. So you continue to sell that for 12 months after these regulations come in, so to October 2023. The guidance does say something different. The guidance says best practice would be for retailers to sticker over products that have on-pack promotions on. That is just advice. That is not what the regulations say. We'd say it'd be best practice to try and sell it through to avoid confusion for customers, but ultimately the regulations say you have that sell-through period for that period of time. One area of confusion and tension, I think, from the implementation guidance around these volume promotion exemptions and the volume promotions generally is what can be included within it. We were hoping that the implementation guidance might say something about main meals, but actually what it says, the items within a meal deal can be a main, or it can be as part of a meal. Therefore, that potentially means you could put lots of different types of products into a volume promotion, and for example, a number of sides or other high fat, salt, sugar products that people might not identify as a meal, but it is possible to do that because of how broadly defined the regulations are. So I think there's certainly a challenge there to be very clear as a retailer about what is your promotional mechanism that you are using if you get a visit and how you define that. And I think clearly demonstrating how many people a meal deal is for would be very helpful to give clarity to the trading standards community. Okay, location restrictions. So the final areas around the different areas of the store where you cannot place high fat, salt, sugar products if you have more than 50 employees and a relevant floor space of over 2,000 square feet. So end of aisle units are, you will not be able to place high fat, salt, sugar products on them. So here in the diagram, they are demonstrated by the red cabinets at the end of the white aisles. You won't be able to put high fat, salt, sugar products there or within 50 centimeters of those end of aisle units. So for example, you couldn't put a freestanding display unit or clip strip within that yellow area around that end of aisle unit. There is, however, clearly an attempt to take out of the regulations island display units. So, and the distinction that's being made here is that an aisle marks a main route through the store, generally rectangular shaped, has a prominent end, whereas an island unit would be exempt because it doesn't have a prominent end. It is a square or circular shaped where high fat, salt, sugar product could still be displayed. You couldn't put that island unit in a restricted area of the store. You could put high fat, salt, sugar products on it. And I actually think that the implementation guidance is a little bit helpful on this one. So an aisle is a main customer route through the store. And the purpose of that definition is again, to get out of the impacted areas an island display. So no one-sided displays prominence for an island unit. And actually the graphics in Annex C of the implementation guidance are quite helpful on this point. So on the left-hand side, these squares and circles would be considered island units and therefore not restricted. So could have high fat, salt, sugar products on them, but not in restricted areas of the store. But the rectangles on the right-hand side would be considered aisles. So you can't place high fat, salt, sugar products on the end of those aisles. So and I think the question we're getting from retailers, I'm getting set a lot of pictures of stores that says, well, is this an island or an aisle? And actually lots of the solutions in convenience stores are probably on the right-hand side, those small aisles, because they're rectangular shaped, that have prominent ends. Now, actually what that means is you could probably have one of those aisles quite close to your checkout within 2 meters and display high fat, salt, sugar products, but just not on the end of the aisles based on the current regulations. I'm sure I'll get more questions on that, but we'll come back to that. Checkout facilities. So you cannot place high fat, salt, sugar products within 2 meters of your checkout facility. The 2 meter area in this diagram is marked with the yellow shaded area on the floor. You've got to take a measurement from any point from the checkout out, and you wouldn't be able to place high fat, salt, sugar products there. You also can't place it on the checkout or behind the checkout. So you see that red cabinet behind the checkout is the area where you couldn't place high fat, salt, sugar products. And on the left-hand side, that freestanding display unit, you can't place high fat, salt, sugar products there either. What there is in the checkout facility regulations is an exemption for products that are in aisle. So you can still place high fat, salt, sugar products in an aisle within 2 meters of the checkout, as long as they are in the aisle. So if you see in this diagram, the green cabinets, they have high fat, salt, sugar products on, they're still within 2 meters of the checkout, but because convenience stores are very, very small, obviously they have to be allowed to still have that product there. So there's an in-aisle exemption. You can still have high fat, salt, sugar products in aisles within 2 meters of the checkout. Okay, final, not quite final one, but designated queuing areas. So designated queuing areas in another area where you can't place high fat, salt, sugar products. So this might be sort of barriers where people are indicated that they should queue. This might be floor stickers. This might be posters. Where you mark a designated queuing area, you would not be able to put high fat, salt, sugar products in that location. Just like the checkout facility, there's also an in-aisle exemption. So you see the green cabinets there. You can place high fat, salt, sugar products on those green cabinets, despite them being within 2 meters of the designated queuing area, because they're in aisle. The other thing I'd say is that the regulations are pretty clear that a designated queuing area is a marked area by sort of posters or barriers or floor stickers. If you don't have those markings, you don't have those barriers, or you don't have a poster, then there is no designated queuing areas. The customer can queue naturally as they want to. So the area that is the designated queuing area has to be marked. And I suspect that lots of retailers will therefore not have the marked designated queuing area in that respect. Okay, the final area is the restrictions around your store entrance. And you remember we talked about relevant floor space. Well, the relevant floor space calculation is needed to work out the area around your door that is restricted. So you take your relevant floor space and you have to work out 3% of what your relevant floor space is to work out the restricted area around your door. On the right-hand side, there is a formula for how you do that. Obviously, you take 3%, you times that by your relevant floor space in meters squared, and then you do the square root of that answer to give you the relevant floor space. You could use the formula. If it was me, I'd use the conversion table on the left-hand side, which is much simpler. So essentially, the example I'm going to show you is a 2,000 square foot store. So the prohibited distance around their store would be 2.4 meters, which looks a bit like this. So that yellow semicircle represents the restricted area around the store entrance. You measure from the midpoint of the internal door out into the store in any direction. So you get that semicircle shape of 2.4 meters where you cannot place high fat, salt, sugar products. Obviously, this represents quite a big problem for things like ice cream units, freezer units, all those kind of things, because they'll have to be moved out of the store entrance. Also, I should note here that you can't place high fat, salt, sugar products in covered external entrances, foyers or lobbies. So if you have a canopy over the front of the store, or if you have a sort of internal lobby, you would not be able to place high fat, salt, sugar products in, which is about where that person is walking in the entrance where the red dot is. A really important one on the store entrance the store entrance restriction is that this is about distance from the door, not about visibility. So in the circumstances where your 2.4 meters overlaps an aisle, even if the customer can't see the product on the other side of the aisle, you still cannot place high fat, salt, sugar products there. So you see in this diagram, the semicircle, the yellow semicircle goes over the aisle. That means you won't be able to place high fat, salt, sugar products on the other side of the aisle, as well as in all the restricted areas that are visible to the customers. We asked for that to be reviewed. Unfortunately, the Department of Health did not want to do that, which is a shame because practically it's quite challenging and doesn't make too much sense, but that's where we are. So look, that's a big download of information around how the regulations work. I hope the guidance is useful. I hope you can download it all for free on the ACS website, and I'm happy to take questions. I was also asked to cover in the presentation, what do we need from enforcers in this area? And I think it's pretty obvious stuff, that a constructive approach. Let's have an open dialogue around the interpretations of the regulations. And I think going all the way back to David's presentation at the beginning is clarity on the information you're expecting to see in stores from retailers. And I'm hoping that retailers will have the information around their relevant floor space, their due diligence and what products are in space, what products they think are in or out of scope, and understanding the promotional mechanism they're using. I think that would be a good asset for retailers to think about having ready for those enforcement visits if and when they happen in stores. So thank you very much. Do check out the Assured Advice. It's all available there, or do contact me or Daniel from my team, who is also fielding lots of questions in this space. And I'm of course very happy to take questions now on what was a very detailed presentation. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Ed. I was about to say that it was very detailed, but very, very informative. And you could provided, really in-depth detail about some very important aspects of the legislation. I love the manner in way you summarise your key points in tables and diagrams and flowcharts, made it really accessible, and I'm sure they're rapidly cascading through Twitter and other social media avenues as we speak. One delegate did ask if they could have your summary slide. Is that available in the guidance document?
It's not, no, but I'll happily post it on social media or share it as part of the follow-up. That's no problem.
That'd be fantastic. That'd be really great. We're sending out an email to delegates tomorrow, so they can share that way. So moving on to some questions then. So we had one delegate ask, smaller retailers sell products that are HFSS, like box of biscuits, fizzy drinks, that are very close to their use-by date. And they sell them at a reduced price to get rid of them and get some money back for the business. Will this be seen as promotion which is included or banned?
Well, as long as they're not doing it as an individual item that is sold at a discounted price would not be impacted, because it's not a volume promotion in that sense. So a price promotion would still be allowed. But of course, if they're doing 2 packs of biscuits for a discount price of what one individual would cost, then it would be impacted. So I think the key mechanism to focus on is, are you offering additional volume of a high fat salt sugar product for cheaper than it would be to buy those individually? I think that's the key principle to think about there.
Great, thank you. Another delegate asked, what more can be done to increase awareness of this legislation amongst smaller and medium-sized businesses? And what would you say are the most useful ways that local authorities can support smaller and medium-sized businesses to comply? Now, I recognise your last slide addressed that somewhat, but is there anything further you'd like to say on that?
Well, I mean, this guidance that I've just presented to you is about trying to explain what are some really complicated regulations to some businesses that I think you probably sympathise with them looking at this and thinking, well, I'm probably not impacted. I don't employ 50 people, but actually have to look at it a little bit closer. So that is really what this guidance is about. And I'm out trying to share this as much as possible with people so that we don't get a flurry of September phone calls about the regulations. So, this is available freely on the website, and I urge everyone to take it and share it and cascade it as much as possible. In terms of the enforcement community, I mean, they have a network as well that they can share it, and I would urge them to start having those conversations with their businesses if they can, or brief them in some way, because not all of them will have access or visibility to things like primary authority partnerships. So it's really important that they share it. Unfortunately, there's no easy answers, and our polling has shown that of symbol group retailers, there's probably about 50% that were still not aware of the high fat salt sugar regulations. And that was something that really concerned us. That polling's a little bit old. It's from the end of the year, but I still think there's more work to do.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting. Chris Rainbow asked, do you have a current view on the emission of sugar-free products from the recent government update?
No, I don't. I saw that question pop up earlier, and I think from Andrea's presentation, you're going to have to look at individual products and the nutritional profiling score of those individual products, because just because it says sugar-free doesn't mean it's necessarily out of scope of this. And going back to my practical guidance for retailers on identifying products, talk to the supplier. They should have a real interest in saying it's out of scope or it's in scope. Or if not, look at those third-party providers of information. It's really tough, as we're demonstrating, to really get to grips with what is a technical assessment of individual products.
Yeah, that's very good practical advice. The last question is, you work in a sector which, is kind of divided as to some businesses are affected and some aren't. And what do you think that the impact that will be in sort of competition in the convenience sector?
Well, convenience stores operate on a really hyper-local model. So most of our catchment of customers, or 70% of customers, come from within a half-mile radius of the stores. So it's going to impact at a very local level, where businesses are looking at what other businesses are doing, as they would do in any kind of competitive environment, and see what they can do in that space. Generally, the trends before this were towards convenience stores putting healthier product in their store, and the pandemic had sort of changed the makeup of the basket that was sold, that was geared towards more grocery products. So I think the trends are positive across the whole sector. but obviously this is going to accelerate some focus in parts of the sector that are more impacted. It's also going to accelerate focus on reformulation and other things by suppliers as well, and that doesn't just affect part of the sector. That cascades down to everyone.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see if there's sort of a diffusion of innovation effect, which is a term that we use in academia, where trends then dissipate out, or whether actually there's a firm, well, I can still do it, so I shall still promote high-fat salt sugar products. And I think it'd be interesting through evaluation to monitor for that. Thank you, Ed, very, very much. And you'll be joining us again for the panel discussion shortly. So thank you. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks very much.
We're moving on now to our final presentation, which will be delivered by my colleagues, Dr. Sarah Muir and Preeti Juria. Preeti is a registered public health nutritionist and project manager at the Medical Research Council Life Course Epidemiology Unit here at the University of Southampton. Her research focuses on strategies to improve retail food environments and identifying methods for effective policy implementation. Sarah Muir is a psychologist and research fellow also at the University of Southampton, and she has extensive experience collecting and analysing qualitative interview data, and her research interests focus on understanding drivers of behaviour at an individual, social and environmental levels. And I welcome both Preeti and Sarah, and they'll be presenting some preliminary findings from the discussions that they've had with stakeholders who are affected by these incoming regulations and the lessons that are learned. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I'll just share my slides. Can you see them? Can you see my slides, Christina?
Yep, just it's not quite at the start.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, is that okay?
Brilliant.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Preeti Juria. I'm a registered public health nutritionist, and I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Sarah Muir, who is a psychologist. We work with Dr. Christina Vogel and Professor Janice Baird at the MRC Life Course Epidemiology Center, University of Southampton. Today, I will provide an overview of our research on product placement in retail settings, Hfss regulation study, and both Sarah and I will present key findings from our research. You've heard a lot about this legislation this morning already, but I would like to add our study findings here. There's a growing evidence base that food marketing strategies can influence customers' diets. Recent systematic reviews have shown that unhealthy foods are promoted more than healthier foods, and multi-buys can encourage excessive purchase of unhealthy foods. Another systematic review conducted by my colleagues at the MRC showed that greater availability and prominent positioning of unhealthy food and greater availability and prominent positioning of healthy foods and reduced availability and less prominent positioning of unhealthy foods are related to better diet-related behaviors. This is part of the evidence that contributed to government's restrictions on unhealthy food marketing in retail settings. In our RAP study, we tested the impact of healthier layouts on store sales in a sample of Iceland supermarkets. As shown in this illustration, all the unhealthy foods, such as sweets and confectionery, were removed from the checkouts and end of aisles, and non-food items were put in place, and fruits and vegetables were moved near the entrance of the store. We found that in stores with healthier layouts, confectionery sales dropped by 1,359 and 1,575 portions per store per week at 3 months and 6 months respectively after the interventions. Additionally, fruits and vegetable sales increased by 6,170 and 9,820 portions per store per week at 3 and 6 months respectively. Although the study was small in size, these findings are quite promising in terms of potential impact of the incoming legislation. We are now conducting a large-scale study to assess the impact of increased availability and positioning of fruits and vegetables on women's shopping and dietary patterns. As part of our work in the RAPT study, our team was also keen to understand how different stakeholders are responding to the upcoming food regulations in retail settings. You heard from previous speakers that the upcoming regulations are complicated. We are interviewing businesses, consumers, enforcers, and health groups to understand key benefits, concerns, and support needs of stakeholders affected by this regulation. We will publish a policy brief and publish the findings in academic journals. Here is the timeline of our data collection. We started collecting data from consumers in May 2020 and asked their views on likely impact on shopping behaviors if this legislation were to be introduced. Once the legislation was announced in July 2021, we concurrently conducted interviews with various representatives from food industry, health groups, and enforcers. And many of you who are present in audience today have contributed your views. This slide provides a breakdown for each stakeholder group who we have spoken to so far. This is a big qualitative study. We have recruited 34 consumers from our RAPT study from both high and low education background. We have spoken to 24 business representatives from major supermarkets, convenience stores, major retail associations, manufacturers, and non-food stores. We have also conducted focus groups or interviews with 28 health group representatives, both academics and non-governmental organizations. Additionally, we have collected views from 21 enforcement officers from trade bodies, trading standards, and environmental health officers. From our data, we have identified two overarching themes. These themes resonate with what you have heard from earlier presentations today. I will be presenting findings from Theme 1, legislation is a catalyst for a significant change, and then I will hand over to my colleague Sarah to present Theme 2. Our stakeholders collectively feel that this legislation is a catalyst for a significant change to address the obesity issue, making it easier for people to access healthier foods and bring a shift in purchasing and consumption patterns. Under the first theme, we identified 4 sub-themes, which I will discuss in next slides. With this first of its kind regulations in retail settings, our stakeholders believe that there is a real hope for a positive impact on health. This legislation is likely to promote healthier shopping baskets for consumers, as this consumer participant tells us that the restrictions would stop them from purchasing too many unhealthy foods. Similar findings were discussed this morning from Chloe and Sharon. Our enforcer participant also said that legislation would discourage consumers from buying more than they intended to. Many of the businesses we spoke to mentioned that legislation was a driver to accelerate their efforts to diversify their product offerings, as one manufacturer told us that the legislation has enabled them to focus their roadmap and expedite reformulations. From health group representatives we spoke to, it was clear that this is a step in the right direction, and along with other policies, this can help address the issue of childhood obesity. Alongside hope for positive impact, our stakeholders shared some concerns that HFS foods will still be available, as this consumer tells us if people want it, they will find it. Our business representative also reiterates that consumer journey may change to find HFSS products. They may go further into the stores to find deals or be willing to spend more money to get them. Obesity is a complex issue, as one of the enforcer participants states that food is only one factor in the obesity issue, and there needs to be a host of measures to tackle obesity. Among our stakeholders, there is a recognition that the impact of one policy on public health cannot be extrapolated. It would also depend on how the industry responds. Would they take this opportunity to make a shift towards healthier options, or would they be taking actions just as making products below HFSS thresholds to comply with the letter of the law? There is apprehension among stakeholders regarding exemptions, which can impact on health for general population as well as disadvantaged groups. One of our business stakeholder shared concerns about the products that will replace HFSS items, whether they will be beneficial for health. There is no restrictions on products such as pick and mix, alcohol, non-packaged foods such as donuts and pies, and there is room to offer alternative unhealthy promotions. As our Enforcer participants echoes these feelings by saying that pick and mix sweets can be sold at prominent locations, and such promotions would not be in the spirit of legislation, but would be entirely legal. Many health group and Enforcer representatives who we spoke to recognized that the exemption of independent takeaways, independent stores and takeaways may create uneven playing field and increase health inequalities for vulnerable groups who frequent these smaller stores. This is particularly true in urban areas and areas that have a larger population of people on low income. Our enforcers and retailers told us that they were worried that the legislation may increase issues with affordability of food. As our enforcer here mentions, that supermarkets will need to recover implementation costs, and these may fall on consumers. A very real concern for retailers is the issue of profitability. HFSS products sell well, and there are high profit margins on impulse buys. Loss of sales may therefore have a knock-on effect on prices for consumers, leaving them with lesser money to buy healthier foods. There has always been a discrepancy in prices between healthy and unhealthy foods. As Sharon discussed, cost is a key barrier to healthy eating. One of the consumer we interviewed stated that legislation should increase the prices of HFSS foods alongside reduce the cost of healthier foods to make them more affordable. The same opinion was shared by a health group representative in our study, who also believed that there's a need to rebalance the cost of healthy versus unhealthy foods using taxes and subsidies. It is worth mentioning that some of the consumers we spoke to were on low budgets and had protective behaviors such as budgeting their shopping, planning meals, and making lists and sticking to their lists. And they felt that the legislation would not impact them. Therefore, how this legislation will impact different demographic groups is unknown. There is lack of clarity among some of the stakeholders with the direction of government policy. We heard from businesses that there was some confusion regarding product innovation. One manufacturer we spoke to has been working on making a HFSS compliant pizza, as described here by the manufacturer. However, in categories such as confectionery, there is less incentive to improve and innovate. In these categories, the HFSS scores for products are very high, and even reducing sugar levels by 30% may not create a HFSS compliant product. Businesses are unclear whether the policy direction is to nudge consumers to make gradual healthier changes to diet or restricting promotion of HFSS products completely. One of the business stakeholder we interviewed showed frustration that they had created products in line with public health guidance that would fail under the NPM restrictions. We are hearing from stakeholders that a more joined up approach to policies is needed from the government. Our health group representatives emphasized the need for independent monitoring and evaluation of this regulation to assess its progress and impact on various outcomes. I will now hand over to Sarah to discuss findings from Theme 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. Across our conversations with retailers, enforcers and health group representatives, it was really clear that inconsistent approaches may affect legislation impact. I'm going to spend some time now going through some of the details of this theme, and then at the end of the presentation, I'm going to set out some recommendations that's come out from our findings, and I'm going to ask you, the audience, to then help us to rank which are the most important of these recommendations. Many of the businesses, enforcers and health groups we spoke to felt that the legislation was complex, and we've heard that time again throughout the rest of the day. One specific area of complexity was the accurate calculation of HFSS scores. Some said that it would not always be clear where scores should be found or who should provide it. As one wholesaler we spoke to said, there is no obligation for suppliers to flag if a product is HFSS. A retailer may struggle to work out what is in and out of scope. Some retailers express concern about accurately identifying which products are in scope or not, especially as the retailer would be liable if this information was incorrect. Manufacturers will work out scores for their products. Retailers may check the scores or work with third parties for these scores, and enforcers will also need to check scores during inspections. But for some enforcers, it seems an impossible challenge to go through all of the products at an end of an aisle and check these levels. Finally, as this retailer points out, knowing the HFSS score is made even more complex as rules do not always make sense. The way the HFSS score is calculated means that some products within a category may not be in scope, when an average person may think that it would be. Some of the enforcers we spoke to shared practical concerns related to how they may identify in-scope businesses. As one trading standards officer told us, they do not have a record of the sizes of businesses and will not be sending officers out with a tape measure. Also, as this primary authority officer mentions, this legislation also uses different definitions to the Sunday trading laws that officers are familiar with. A level playing field across retailers and different regions is important to ensure everyone has the same chances of improving their health. However, stakeholders shared concerns related to different levels of prioritisation of the legislation. As demonstrated here, levels of prioritisation were on a spectrum, with increased opportunities to promote health on the green end of the scale and reduced opportunities at the red end. Some retailers were making changes that fully encompass the spirit of the legislation, with the aim of changing the supermarket environment to enhance opportunities for health. As one retailer told us, they were exploring ways to get some competitive advantage due to the legislation. In the middle, we can see there were retailers who were still complying with the legislation, but were not prioritising health. Instead, they were using alternative promotion strategies that still enabled them to promote HFSS items. On the red end of the scale is exempt businesses, who will be able to use the legislation, perhaps, as an opportunity to promote HFSS in their stores. Similarly, we were told of different levels of prioritisation being given to the legislation across local authorities, suggesting geographical differences in enforcement, which could lead to disparities in health across regions. For example, one enforcer describes how some authorities may have a leader who wants to focus on child health and make it a priority, and others will not prioritise it due to other workload demands. Health group representatives also recognise the different levels of prioritisation across authorities. A number of enforcement officers told us that a good way of increasing prioritisation is to get buy-in from public health. From the businesses and enforcers we spoke to, it was clear that the level of priority that could be given to the legislation was based on resource availability and capacity. Retailers that were more able to embrace the spirit of the legislation were larger businesses who had larger capacity for profit loss, greater access to legal support, and more variability in terms of the mix of products they sold and the customer base that they had. As one manufacturer working with retailers told us, retailers who are more likely to have a lower socioeconomic background and make most of their money through HFS sales were less likely to engage with the legislation as they did not want to be impacted. Many enforcement officers we spoke to recognised the need for more legal support for independent retailers who may have less access to in-house or primary authority support, which meant they focused more on business sales than diligence. Similarly, for enforcers, the level of prioritisation they could give to legislation was dependent on resource levels, which for most authorities was very low. Many enforcers told us that legislation is unlikely to be a high priority because of the lack of resources available. Another asked, where am I going to cram it in? I haven't got space as it is. Because of low levels of resources, enforcers needed to prioritise issues that pose an immediate risk to the public, such as allergens or crime. Based on our conversations with consumers, retailers, enforcers, and health group representatives, we have pulled together 6 recommendations, which I will present now. We have been having a hard time working out the order for these recommendations, and at the end of this presentation, we'll be presenting you with a poll so you can help us to rank the order in which you feel they should be prioritised. First, next slide, please, Preeti. First, from our interviews, we've recommended, and this has come through a lot today as well, that continuous and robust evaluation is undertaken following implementation of the legislation. The National Food Strategy has recommended that to track if companies are heading in the right directions, all food companies with more than 250 employees should publish an annual report on food sales. Our interviews demonstrate that it would be important to evaluate and monitor sales in all types of retailers who sell food, including qualifying stores with 50+ employees and also independent stores that would fall out of scope. Sharing data anonymously for individual evaluation will allow us to understand any displacement effects or unintended consequences on health inequalities in smaller businesses. There is also a need to evaluate what products or promotions are replacing HFSS items, for example, through planograms. For example, one health group representative suggests looking at changes in the type of food offered and promoted in the stores. It will also be important to evaluate the impact of the legislation on different subgroups, as health group representatives stated in this, such as this health group representative stated in their interview. It will be novel to try and look at impact at population level, but also look at who the legislation is affecting most and why, and also where the gaps are. Another recommendation that enforcers and retailers in our study would like is a central HFSS database. This has come through a few times today as well. As one manufacturer told us, everyone wants the government to have a way of centrally holding the nutrient profiling scores for products so that retailers and enforcers can access it. Government can do more to facilitate information about what is an unhealthy food. This database needs to be accessible to all businesses, including wholesalers, manufacturers, retail managers, and shop staff. It also needs to be consistent so retailers can trust in the information. The onus is on them to comply with the legislation. It needs to be accurate and up to date with new product development and reformulations. And it needs to be inclusive. We spoke to one manufacturer who was concerned in her area around some of the stores that sold in the Asian supermarkets and Jewish stores that they had in the area. So it needs to include traditional and cultural foods. Finally, it needs to be mobile and easy for enforcers to use on site visits. For example, one enforcer asked for an online tool where the officer can take a photo and put in the details to get the results about the MPM, and this would be useful. This has come through today as well, but we are also recommending that there needs to be communication of a long-term plan. Stakeholders in our study felt a need for continuous, proactive communication from government about the legislation that would be flexible to allow the legislation to be reviewed, particularly to understand the impact of loopholes. There is currently some confusion in businesses about the government strategy and where they need to focus their attention, and communication of a 20-year plan may help with this. A good example of this is the recent news headline with Kellogg's that we've mentioned a few times today as well. But also a manufacturer in our study explains how we would like to understand the government's long-term plan so we can understand any future changes, e.g. future categories to be included. We do not want to make a lot of changes to be compliant, only for a new nutrient profile to be used later down the line. They'd be disappointed if that comes out when a lot of time and cost has been used on this profile. We would also recommend some refinement of the legislation. Our data was collected up until the day after the legislation guidance was published last month. Although the guidance does seem to address some of the concerns around location restrictions, more data may be helpful to help the consistent implementation and enforcement of the legislation. Retailers and enforcement officers would find it useful to have an introductory text at the start of the legislation with details of what the purpose of the legislation is and what it's trying to achieve. This introductory text may help to cut out the loopholes and enforce the spirit of the legislation. More advice in the legislation about where to obtain detail of in-scope products and how to determine qualifying businesses is also needed. And this will help stakeholders understand where responsibility lies for providing this information. It was also clear from talking to enforcers that ring-fence resources for local authorities would be extremely helpful. Ring-fence resources would allow them to undertake a specific project related to this legislation to help them become aware of what the legislation entails, to understand the HFS products that are in scope, and to give some attention to doing some site visits at the start of implementation. It will also allow them to train enforcement staff, which they feel is important, and also to support small businesses. For example, one enforcer told us he would like training for enforcement officers, particularly around location aspects and square foot details. There needs to be a consistent approach around the country to ensure they know what they're saying and how best to support smaller and independent businesses. Our final recommendation comes from our discussions with retailers and enforcers around the need to support the implementation of this legislation in smaller businesses. As we've heard from Ed already, the Association of Convenience Stores is a very important trading body for these smaller businesses to be aware of. They do provide access to assured advice on the legislation, free events for members, and also tailored guidance. But from our study, it seems that in order to help promote a level playing field and ensure that smaller businesses and the customers that visit these have the best opportunities they need to, there needs to be more awareness of the legislation amongst smaller retailers. That statistic that Ed mentioned, about 50%, was quite shocking. There needs to be more awareness made in smaller businesses, perhaps from communications from local authorities. But there also needs to be more awareness in the government about the business models used for the smaller businesses. We also believe that if smaller businesses felt able to take risks with trying out different non-HFS products, then that would still make a profit and fit consumer demand, they might be more able to fit within the spirit of the legislation. So one quote says that a retailer that essentially employs 8 people is being treated as a business that employs 50 plus in terms of compliance. And another says that smaller businesses that are not exempt are going to be the most hit rather than the large supermarkets. Big supermarkets can just promote other things. So as I mentioned earlier, we would like to run a poll with you around these following recommendations. So up on your screen now, you should be able to see a list of all of the recommendations we've made. Next to each of these, you can give it a number from 1 to 6. You can match it up with a number. 1 would be that this one you'd feel to be most important, or 6 would be that you would feel that it would be less important. And I'd like to invite you now to have a go at the poll, and I'll share the results in a moment. I don't know if you wanted to ask a question, Christina, whilst we wait for the poll to come in. We've got 5% of our audience have had a go already.
Absolutely, Sarah. That's a really great idea. Thank you both for a fantastic presentation and lovely overview of the results of the numerous interviews that you've had over the last few months. There's an anonymous delegate who has asked, what is the likelihood of the new nutrient profiling model being published that would replace the current one?
Preeti, do you know more on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, we've spoken to health group representatives who've advocated for a use of NPM, the new NPM model for these restrictions. And they have sort of mentioned that this is a starting point to get started on the 2005-2007 NPM model. And there is a likelihood that down the line, refinements will be made to this legislation and compliance with the new model will be expected. Thank you.
Great. I guess there's continued uncertainty about what the hold-up was, but yeah, that's helpful, Preeti. One delegate has asked, when will this research be published?
We're currently trying to, first of all, produce it as a policy brief, which we're hoping to publish in the next month or so. And then we will look a little bit more detailed at the findings to produce an academic paper by, hopefully by the summer. We'll hope to start getting that process sorted.
I would like to add there that we are doing both rapid analysis and in-depth analysis. So the findings from the rapid analysis, like Sarah said, we will hope to publish them in coming months, and before hopefully the legislation is implemented. And we'll be doing in-depth analysis in autumn and winter, and the publications from that would come out early next year. Thank you.
48% of our audience has filled the poll in so far. Should we give it a few more minutes just to let some more people take part?
Yep, absolutely. I'll ask one more question. So Sarah Kehoe has said, is there evidence that when consumers increase purchase of fruit and vegetables that there's actually an increase in consumption, or is there an increase in waste?
Preeti, you know the RAP data a bit better than I do.
Yeah, from our RAPT pilot study, our dietary data showed that there was increase in one portion a week, correct me if I'm wrong, Christina, in consumption, as well as increase in sales of fruits and vegetables at the store level, with prominent positioning and increased availability of fruits and vegetables. Christina, would you like to add there further?
Yeah, so it did follow. So purchasing did increase consumption. It's a good question about food waste, and our pilot study didn't assess that, but in the full-scale study that we're doing with RAPT, we did have assessed that, so we'll be able to answer that question directly, because obviously food waste is a big issue, particularly with young families and perishable items like fruit and vegetables.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the poll, we've had 52% taking part, and I'm going to share the results on the screen now. We can see that this really does emphasise the complexity of the legislation. I think from this we can see that most people would put, 40% of the people that took part believe that a central NPM database is the highest recommendation that we should make, followed by refined legislation. And then kind of more equally, robust evaluation and ring-fence resources for local authorities, with additional support and communication of a long-term strategy has been put at 5 and 6 levels. Thank you again for everyone that's taken part in the poll.
Lovely. Thank you both, Sarah and Preeti, for a very helpful presentation. And now I think in the interest of time, we should move on to the panel discussion and invite Sharon and all the panelists to turn on their mics and cameras and hand over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. What a wealth of information today. It's just been absolutely brilliant. So stick with us for the last, we have about just under 30 minutes. So I'm thrilled to welcome back Ed from ASC, Sarah, stay on with us, and two people that we haven't met yet. So we have Ian Ferris and John Nash. So Ian is an expert in food safety, food standards and food law from the University of Birmingham. Welcome, Ian. We have John Nash, who's a primary authority officer at Oxfordshire County Council, and very welcome on board, John. So with this great group, what we're going to look at is, I suppose one of the questions that has come up through today is, legislation or going beyond it, kind of, implementation of a law, or really driving forward kind of the spirit behind this legislation. What will the future look like in the UK? So I want to make sure that everyone gets the chance to kind of get in on what you think examples of good practice will look like and some of the barriers, obviously, to complying with the spirit of the law. But I'll go first to, let's start with Ian and John to make sure that we get your point of view. So Ian, let's start with you if you think about supporting kind of compliance with the spirit of the legislation versus kind of the letter of the law, where are we going?
It's interesting because in order to implement any legislation, when I was in enforcement, I always had this attitude that I'd always have to try and understand, where the regulation was coming from in order to try and explain it to the businesses. So whenever I was asking them to do something, I always felt the need to actually be able to, if necessary, explain why I was asking them to do it. And therefore, I think it's really important to try and understand where it's coming from. And listening to the speakers today, you could see that that today was split almost into two halves of the background and why it was important, and then the second part being kind of like what businesses have to do to comply, and the very literal approach to the regulations. And when I was looking at these regs, I found it useful to look at things like the background and the replies to the consultation, which was really important to try and understand some of the actual requirements. So, for example, in the promotions side, the volume promotions, it's very much seems to be about discouraging people from buying more than they actually want or need, and so therefore. They've stopped the two for one type promotions, but they specifically then say in the guidelines that promotions like discounted or rollback promotions or 50% off are not included within the scope, because they were saying that basically that people, if you have 50% off, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to buy twice as many. You just save your money. So trying to understand kind of that those promotions would be allowed and the rationale behind it, but because very much you could potentially look at it and think that they're just trying to stop any promotions of anything, and it's important to remember which ones are within the scope and which ones are not, which makes the regulations obviously much more complicated. Whereas maybe do you want to have a more purposive approach in terms of, do we want to then just maybe restrict things? Because it was interesting, one of the speakers, I think it was Andrew, that was talking about the mince pie example, which kind of doesn't make any sense, does it really? That you've got a product that essentially the same nutritionally, but whether it's put into a packaging by a different person would mean you can promote it in a different way. And that's very much a literal approach to what the regulations are saying. The regulations allow you to do it, therefore you can do it. But then there's the argument of whether you should do it. So if it's packaged, so will it mean that some retailers could potentially look at the literal wording of the regulations and say, we can't do that. So what do we move? Let's move our bakery stuff, which may be higher price, except let's move our bakery products and our donuts and our mince pies and stuff and pop them where we would have had the other products, because basically because we can. So just a few examples, and I'll obviously aware of time, so I'll let somebody else speak for a second.
Brilliant, thanks Ian, and really important point to kind of look at where it's come from and why, and kind of the different reasonings behind it. John, I'd love to go to you next. Same question around compliance with the spirit of the legislation versus the letter of the law. What's your views?
Well, it's inevitably it's a matter of what you're looking for. I mean, these are the questions that inevitably have to go down to the retailers. The retailers are going to be the people who will be asking and answering this question. As far as an enforcer is concerned, we, as an enforcer, we cannot go and ensure that retailers comply with the spirit of the law. We can only go and see whether or not the letter of the law is being breached. And to a certain extent, I think where Andrea was in highlighting some of the strange issues that the minutiae of the regulations highlight, it goes and demonstrates that an enforcement officer would have to be quite careful when they looked at specific products to examine both whether or not the product itself is applicable, whether or not the manner in which it is sold is within the regulations. Beyond that, also looking to see whether or not the retailer goes and forward in, and it's quite a complex piece of legislation for enforcers to look at.
Thanks, John. Now, Ed, you work with obviously so many retailers all over the UK. What would when you're looking at kind of examples of good practice, or some of the biggest barriers maybe that you've seen in complying to the spirit? Yeah, what's your take on this?
Well, I think from what we've learned this morning is that it's a really difficult area to regulate, and even within these regulations, there are still quite a lot of ambiguity for people to contend with. And therefore, I think it's difficult to ask people to go further and then define what the spirit of the regulations is, particularly when, given what John's just said, they will be looking at how they comply at this stage with 5 months left to go, only just having had the regulations. So I think it's really difficult to ask people to comply with the spirit of regulations without that being clearly defined. And there are some bits of this that are already very unclearly defined in the regulations. So we've got a small business exemption that doesn't work for small businesses. We've got a size threshold that doesn't peg to anything of relevance to a retailer or an enforcement officer. We've got a sell-through period that tells us one thing in the regulations and another thing in best practice. So I think what I'm saying, there's enough ambiguity for us to deal with at this stage. And I want my members to focus on being compliant. And then I want them to focus back on investing their time and resource and thinking about how they range for what their customers want. And that is moving in the direction of healthy products. But at the moment, this regulation is acting in barrier to them focusing on that, not as a supporting aid.
Thanks, Ed. Sarah, from your point of view.
Yeah, I think the main things that's come out from our work, some of the good examples, they had the buy-in, the people who were the leaders of those companies were wanting to do this spirit of the legislation, and they're doing trials within their companies. They have been doing this since before the guidance came out. They were doing it when they first heard. But these are the companies that have the resources to be able to do these trials. And I do think resources is a big factor here, of being able to take those risks. So some of the companies that we spoke to, one of them is looking at working, and another one is communication between the manufacturers and the retailers and the enforcers. So, for example, one manufacturer is really working with retailers to promote frozen vegetables, for example, because although not traditionally an impulse buy, by almost selling them as, well, these are cheaper than the more expensive fresh fruit and veg, it would be a way of kind of promoting these products at end of aisles and places like that. And then, for example, within enforcement, we've seen a really good example where they've got huge buy-in from their team, that they've got a strong link between public health and environmental health, that they're proactively going out and communicating with the smaller businesses in their area. They're actually in an urban area where the main majority of people shopping is in these smaller businesses. So they're proactively having a full-on workforce that are communicating with these smaller businesses to see what support they need. So it's the buy-in and the communication, I think, are the kind of key areas.
And I'm going to take one that's just come in right now from Susan, and I suppose there's been so much information shared, as Ian kind of said, on two different spectrums today, and I'd love to go around kind of the table and see, this is a question from Susan, do speakers generally think that these regulations will have a positive health impact on the national obesity epidemic? I think everyone has agreed it's complex. We're in a stage now, as Ed said, it's just 5 months away. What does it look like? And yeah, just from your perspective, however you're coming at it, what do you think? Do you think this will have a positive? And let's go around again. Yeah, Sarah, maybe we'll start back with you.
I think it will. I think from our speakers, we have to take in mind that this is one piece of legislation amongst others, and the combined effect, that joined up approach, will have a very positive effect. I do think as well, with changing the shopping environment in these ways, it will increase the consumer demand for these products in other areas, maybe out of home sectors, and it will have almost that self-fulfilling prophecy of when they see these changes, they'll want these changes more, because we've heard a lot as well in these talks today that this is what consumers want. Even you said earlier around how health is one of the bigger drives. And so I do feel that the changes within the supermarket environment would follow on from that, would be the consumer drive to continue with that.
Dawn, from your perspective, is this going to make a real difference?
I think, to be perfectly honest, I think it will make a significant difference. We're talking about changing a great proportion of the promotional space within a retail environment. You know, we're talking about changing those situations where you have potential sort of impulse buys towards the area of the tills. We're also talking about changing the focus. You know, we have to bear in mind, with this legislation is not banning things like buy one get one free. It is just meaning you can't do it for HFS products. So if we can go and get this, the retailers can be pushed towards utilizing those promotional tools, which we know are successful, but by utilizing that for more healthy options, then hopefully this means that there'll be more of those healthy options being purchased. And I think it's I fully concur with the ethos behind it. I just think that practically it means that what we've got is a very complicated piece of legislation, and it makes it very difficult for both retailers and enforcers to enforce.
Thank you. Ian, from your perspective.
Yeah, I think it's like, you know, many of the strategies that you have on lots of health issues. It's a nudge in the right direction. You know, that we've seen it historically with things like smoking, and you know that not necessarily one thing is going to solve all the problems, but it's a step in that direction. And again, provided that that it's implemented in the way that it's intended, because when you look at the regulation, there are quite a lot of loopholes that, if you don't have to be that legally savvy to actually work out where where potentially you can do things that would undermine what the regulations are about. So like where you put the multi-pack, so clearly selling things like multi-pack products, you usually benefit from economies of scale. So, very often if you go and you look at kind of like you've got a product that costs so much for one bar, and then there's a multi-pack next to it, and it doesn't take much to work out, well, actually I could buy a multi-pack instead of buying that single one, and that might encourage you to buy more, which technically isn't illegal, because it's allowed. It's not a 2-for-1 or anything like that. But again, if we're talking about the spirit of the regulations, it's kind of, it's not really within the spirit of the regulations. But I do appreciate, obviously, enforcement officers, you are charged with enforcing the law, and you can't do anything in the ban. And that's where technically as well that you need the food businesses on board as well to think, whether it's the right thing to do. But then, of course, the right thing to do might also depend on, what you're talking about. So you've obviously got other pressures with regard to ultimately about making money. So you've got things that are pulling you in different directions as well. So just not, it's not just all about this one particular issue. So I do appreciate that there's lots of pulls in different directions.
Great, thanks, Ian. And Ed, yeah, your feeling on how this will impact the obesity
It's really, really hard to evaluate, because I think what Sarah said, there's a whole package of measures that are coming forward, and to isolate one and understand its full impact on consumer behaviour is really challenging. Looking at it from a convenience sector perspective, and the most impact that the regulations have is that's the location restrictions elements of this. That's going to be the most difficult things for retailers to comply with, because it's a small space. You don't have much room to move things, and essentially we've introduced regulations that move product 2 meters to the left or 2 meters to the right for a very expensive in a very expensive way, and therefore I wonder how much that is going to change consumers' habits or ways in which they look for that product. So time will tell. I still think even after time, the evaluation is really, really difficult. But I think what it does serve to do is, businesses are looking at the opportunities around this, looking at the things that John described around what other product or category ranges that they might promote in their store. And I'm excited to see how the retailers contend with that.
And just, Ed, if I can build on that, what kind of preparations do you see now your members kind of are doing? Are there things coming out that, in terms of kind of good practices or best practices that you could share with the audience today?
Well, I think retailers are out there trying lots of different things in terms of store layouts and trying to work out how they can do it in their stores. I think one of the challenges is the breadth of the categories impacted and the format of the stores. So quite often a well-invested convenience store would have refrigeration all the way around the outside and even some refrigerated elements in their aisle. So it's not about just moving shelves, it's about moving quite a lot of infrastructure in a store. And a very conservative estimate would be that would be around £13,000 per store, if not more, to do that. So I think there's some areas around relaying. I think there's looking at different categories and how they can put categories on ends that they haven't traditionally promoted there, like medicines or health and beauty or all those other elements as well. And also there's an opportunity, of course, for non-high fat, salt, sugar product categories to be put more at the forefront. And really, I think the challenge is trying to understand what's in and what's out of those food categories. And Andrea's presentation showed that is a challenge, but certainly retailers are looking at all of those options now and pegging the consumer reaction to those. So yeah, there's lots of work going on to see those different categories.
And there's loads of comments and questions coming in as well. So you can see just the wealth of information that's kind of needed. And just for time's sake, I just would like to kind of go back to all of you and kind of look at, what should come next, or what does that future direction kind of look like, and the role of this legislation in changing those social norms around healthier food. Yeah, I would love to get your point of view on that. We'll start with you, Jean, for this one, kind of what should come next, that kind of future direction, and the role of this legislation in changing those social norms around healthier food.
To be perfectly honest, we already know that there's some more legislation coming down the track in relation to the promotion of so-called unhealthy foods, and that's is a complicating factor in relation to this particular legislation, because we know that this is just one stage and one element in a larger government sort of plan on how these things are going to play out. I think it is a situation where until we see how this works out with the retail sector, then I think it behove central government to hold fire on putting anything more significant into the sector for a while. The smaller retailers are in a position where this legislation, it sounds very easy and it sounds very straightforward, but it's all about an idealized position of what is a retail environment. A retail environment, for as far as the legislation is concerned, is lots of long aisles with specific aisle ends. And when you look at small retailers, especially ones that are converted from other retail establishments like pubs, etc., this is not what they've got, and it does make the implementation of this type of legislation very problematic. And so we know that there are further things coming down the track, but hopefully they will allow retailers to take a breath and make sure that this legislation is firmly understood and complied with before we jump too far forward.
Great, thank you. Ian, what does the next future direction look like in your opinion?
I think if potentially if these regulations are implemented well, and again, in the spirit of what they're intended to do, there may not be much need to make additional changes in this area. It's that thing of that usually is I guess after review, if they find that it's not working, then or hasn't achieved the results that they would expect, then maybe there will be additional changes or additional tweaks or whatever. But it depends on I think it depends on how it's implemented in the first place, because obviously this is sort of a very, very new territory. So I think we need to review it and see whether it's worked in the first place before jumping in with even more regulations and so on.
Right, Ed, I'll loop back to you on this one. So future direction and changing norms, social norms around healthier food.
Future direction is difficult to really assess. I mean, I suppose the next policy intervention where we get an indication from government would be the National Food Strategy, and what that says as its priorities for reforming the whole of the food system as opposed to individual policies. As that will set a direction from a government perspective. But I suppose I would urge them to also consider how they can work with business more to incentivize better products in store. And there's some novel ways that different local authorities have done that, thinking about discounts on business rates, for example, for ranging different healthier products, all those kind of things that can be looked at. I think existing schemes and enhancing those things like Healthy Start, getting more retailers signed up and people aware of the offer that they can have there, and that obviously incentivizes both consumers to look for those products and retailers to range them in their stores. So we've got what is a very difficult set of regulations, and I hope that the result of these, we will be compliant with the regulations, but I hope it starts a conversation about how we work together to deliver this instead of having to pull regulatory levers.
Brilliant. Sarah, as you're working towards that policy publication and sharing all of the results, what do you think around the future direction and this changing social norms around healthier food in the UK?
I completely agree with everything that the other three have said, that we do need that sort of settling in period to give people a chance, but the evaluation is absolutely essential, especially recognising the smaller stores, especially the exempt ones, and will there be that displacement effect of people buying those items? We really need to evaluate within different regions as well. So in urban regions where there may be more accessibility to smaller stores than being able to go to larger supermarkets that may be more on the outskirts, we do need to make sure the evaluation does bring in all of that. And also trialing different items. So we've talked to one smaller store, for example, that have done some really good work with at the front on the tills in the summer having packets of grapes and strawberries instead of chocolate, and they were amazed by how well that went down. That did not affect their pricing for their profits for that period of promotion. And trialing different things, like for example at Christmas, instead of confectionery they were trying things like small decorations, small toys, and things such as pocket money toys, like items rather than foods, can also be, they found, quite high profit margin items. So maybe thinking a bit outside the box as well with some of that.
Yeah, I think there'll be some really interesting things to see. I've seen similar trials as well with the cherry tomatoes and cucumber slices at the tills, but the amount of food waste it caused and damage. So you're looking at kind of unintended consequences on another part of the operations. So it's It's a complex space. So I know we have just 2 minutes left, and I'm looking at the most popular comment or question on here. It's from, so the obvious difficulties from all perspectives, retailers, consumers, enforcers, what is or isn't HFSS, legislation raised to pre-packed foods. I think it's a question around information, labeling, relevant information. There's been a couple of people that have asked around, symbols. How do we kind of indicate to consumers? I suppose basically, how are we going to help people to navigate this as well? And could we get to something where the manufacturer would be liable to put that relevant information on their pack? It's similar to allergen labeling. Do we see that coming? Is that going to be a thing now where you have a compliant or not compliant? I don't know if anyone wants to take that.
To be perfectly honest, I can't see that there's a significant benefit for a manufacturer to go and indicate whether or not their product is HFSS to a consumer. As far as indicating that information to retailers, that's inevitable. They have to go and utilize that and provide that information, because if they fail to do so, then there is inevitably going to have to be a perception from a retailer that anything that they're supplying is going to be HFS. And so that would then restrict how they would be able, that product would have to be sold within a store, whether or not it could be part and parcel to any promotional strategy within the store itself. So it's certainly within the interest of the manufacturer to go and supply that information to retailers. I'm just not sure that you're going to be in a position where a manufacturer is going to want to put a symbol on a packet to go and highlight to a consumer that, hi, my particular product here is a bad HFSS product. Perhaps you want to go and buy something else. I think they'll definitely want to go and tell retailers, but I'm not sure they necessarily want to go and tell consumers.
I think we'll definitely learn from the consumer journey. Thank you so much, Sarah, Ed, Ian, and John. We could keep talking, I think, for hours. And I'll hand it back to Christina, I believe, to wrap us up. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, and thank you all so much. And in wrapping up the conference, I just wanted to offer a huge thanks to each of our speakers today. They've shared some very, very useful and practical tips around the implementation and enforcement of the incoming legislation, and some really interesting insights about the potential impact that this legislation can have, both intended and potentially unintended consequences. Thank you all for attending and engaging. The Q&A has been super active and we're delighted, so thank you all very much. We hope that you have found the program helpful and useful, and we'd love to hear your feedback about today. We've shared a link to the conference evaluation form in the chat, and we really hope that you can complete it now while it's still fresh in your mind. We've still got just over 200 delegates with us, so if you do get a chance now, that would be great. If not, the link to the evaluation form will be emailed to you tomorrow, along with the link to the recording of the conference, so please do look out for it. Just wanted to share in terms of next steps for our research team, are really to develop and share a policy brief out of the findings and the results of today, and also using the results from the polling recommendations that Sarah and Preeti conducted. We also are hoping to explore avenues to support evaluation or activities of the legislation and its impact. We'd be really delighted to hear from any of you, either as a follow-up to the conference or to take part in our future research. For some of our research will continue in this area, of course. Thank you. That's all I have to say now, is thank you again for attending, and thank you very, very much to our fantastic speakers who this day wouldn't have been possible without you. So thank you all very, very much. And I now close the conference. Thank you.